Hello, welcome back to How to RPG. Oh, she's a long work day today. This is going to be a bit involved, right? The good thing is that the cleric is not really something that I think needs a huge amount of adjustments. Certainly for my group. In any case, I'll put up a poll. Feel free to comment and put your feedback in as I go through this. I'm feeling I'm a little bit jaded today. I'm up and live streaming earlier than I normally do, and I am expecting to do about 4 or 5 hours. So I'm going to have to take breaks along the way. So probably every hour I'll probably go and take a toilet stop. But anyway, let's get into this. Let's start chopping our way through this class. Oh boy. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Wheeler, and today I want to talk about role-playing games. And actually, today's all about remastering and fixing the Cleric for Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm focusing on Dungeons and Dragons 5e because that's what my group is playing. But I'm also probably going to be, it'll be still should be compatible with Dungeons and Dragons 5e at the end. But I suspect that I'm going to wind up making rather a lot of adjustments to the cleric, and not in the way you might expect, because I think at its core the cleric is actually pretty good. So I don't think that I'm going to wind up doing something that seems absolutely radical in some ways, but in other ways around spell casting, I've not liked how spell casting works in Dungeons and Dragons 5e. It's really not been my favorite. In fact, it's way too confusing. When you wind up with a system where you have to differentiate three different ways that spells are working, one, you need to know spells known, and then you need to know something about what spells you're going to prepare for a day, and then you have spell slots, so the actual number of spells you can cast at a particular level per day. When you have those three things going on, it's way too much as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of my chat on my phone, and feel free to pipe in and comment as I go, and I will sort of talk you through the things that I intend to sort of adjust. So we're going to go straight to my document and get started, shall we? I think that's probably the best thing. Let's just get straight into this. Okay, so first off, here we go. So, project goal, I've covered this before, but I'll explain it again. So, designing a class that will, well, design a class so that my home group will actually want to play it. That's actually a really important factor. And I keep saying this, that I'm not doing this redesign for mass play. That's what Wizards of the Coast does, and Kobold Press does, and Paizo does. I'm really doing this because I'm sick and tired, and so is my group, of playing things that don't do what we want it to do. So this is what this is all really about, and I'm taking you on that journey. And if you like some of the stuff that I do, great, and if you don't, you don't. So ensure the class has a wide spread of features covering all the pillars of play. It's not actually hard to do that with a spellcaster, primarily because they have spells, and spells can let them sort of change the nature of the universe. So exploration, social interaction, combat, and world building. Next, spread out the features across the levels. I don't know how easy that's going to be. I think it's going to be a lot easier than I have had with, like, the monk was definitely a lot more difficult, and the fighter was even more difficult than that. So I think the cleric's going to be a little bit easier. Level 10 features need to have a bit of fluff, and they need to have some story quest requirements. This is what my group has asked for, so this is what I'm going to do. I will be ignoring a lot of what Wizards of the Coast does, or Paizo, or Kobold Press, since they haven't been able to make something that I like, or my group really likes that much. I can't really fall back on them as to help. What I do have in front of me is I have pretty much all the versions of Dungeons and Dragons. I have AD&D First Edition, AD&D Second Edition, 3.5, 4E, and 5E in front of me. I have the player's handbooks for all of those. So I can certainly take parts and pieces from other versions of the game, but you may see some stuff that doesn't exist anywhere. Eliminate the desire to multi-class. So I need to make the class so it doesn't feel like it needs to be multi-classed. Remove class features that use a bonus action or the short rest. I'm not a fan of the short rest or the bonus action. And so if I can tie anything into the main actions, or just tie things to it's an unlimited resource, or you get it back on a long rest, that's probably what I'm going to wind up doing. Ensure the Game Master has the necessary tools to adjudicate the high-level features that I'm going to put in here. Okay, this is a lot of the stuff I've covered before. Remove subclasses and use a different system. And I've kind of gone over that before, and I'll show you what I'm going to do with a cleric. It's going to be very similar, but different, because it's a cleric, so it still needs to feel like a cleric. Anyway, just scrolling down, there are a few things that my home group had asked for in terms of notes, and one of the things that, and I don't know if you agree or not, and that is my players have said on many occasions the cleric is not a heal bot. It's not the healer bot. It's actually a holy warrior. And unfortunately, the development and the appearance of the paladin is kind of poo-pooed all over the cleric and really relegated it to something else. Whereas really, I feel like the cleric is the paladin. Do you know what I mean? And yet we have this differentiation. So we've got to figure out how to make the cleric more like what it originally was, which was a holy warrior. The holy warrior needs to come out. They also mentioned better healing abilities, because if you look at low-level clerics and you look at low-level paladins, paladins really are better at healing than a cleric, which is ridiculous. It's really, really weird. It doesn't make any sense. So somehow I've got to improve that, and I don't know how to do that yet, but hopefully I'll get there. We're going to give them a legendary magic item, which is going to be a holy item. I've got a few ideas around how to do that, so we'll get into that hopefully today. We're going to give them some followers, which means probably acolytes. I decided that, you know, if you're going to have a cleric, it's good to have a cleric that has acolytes. Acolytes are sort of like, I guess, healers and priests and stuff like that. So we're going to go with that sort of flow. Permission to set up a castle, abbey, cathedral, temple, church, or monastery at high levels. So I'm kind of giving them quite a lot of options. I don't know if that's a good idea. I haven't decided yet, okay? But they're definitely going to be getting some sort of monastery or abbey or a cathedral. I mean, it definitely needs to have sort of like a religious flair to it. Next, talking to their god and asking for advice. This is something that I definitely want them to have, and it's probably going to kick in a lot sooner than anybody else. And in terms of all the other classes, this is one class where I feel like they should be talking to their deity very, very soon. Okay. Knowledge of religion and medicine as a standard skill. Like, I don't understand why we don't have that. There are a few other things that I need to add. Everybody's very quiet today. Are you feeling it like I am? I've got up to today and I'm like, I'm feeling it. I'm a bit worn down from the week. How's it going, Mr. Welsh? Name level is always a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so name level for what? You're talking about level 9, aren't you? So what are we talking about? Name level as in level 9, referring to what feature are we talking about? You're going to have to. So Glenn, you're going to have to highlight that. One of the things they did say is, and I haven't written it down. Want a return to class titles in the cleric. So I got to bring back titles. They want this. Next, what have I got here? I've written down a whole bunch of notes that I haven't transported into my little document here. So make sure I get all of these. Oh, I really want to open up the number of weapons that you can use. I know traditionally clerics weren't allowed to use anything but a bludgeoning weapon, and it's annoying. I don't quite get it. Your domain. Domain as in what? Domains, you mean like level 9 is domain? Are you talking about your actual domain? That's when you would get it at level 9? Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm not quite sure where we're going with this, Glenn. You'll explain it a bit more, please. Okay. So here, include more martial weapons. Because it's a holy warrior, so why the heck do we have to be restricted to certain types of weapons? I'm not really sure that I agree with that myself, but we'll see how we go with this. Next, at level 10, yes, this is one of the things I will be putting in here, and that is at level 17, 18, I'm not sure where it's going to be, but it's something like that. We're going to get cast as a gate, unlimited times, but takes 10 minutes. So you can't cast it in a battle. It ain't going to work. For a cleric, it's when they get their temple. Okay. Right. So I'm probably aiming for about level 10, Glenn, for them to get their temple. I think that's where I'm going to aim for, because of course, you know, Dungeons and Dragons 5e is not really AD&D or BECME, so I'm sort of aiming for there. I've been kind of aiming for all of them to sort of get that sort of thing about that point. Holy symbol. You mentioned them getting an abbey, temple, cathedral. BECME was level 9. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just shift it one level to level 10 when they get that. Next, a lot of you might disagree with this. I don't know that I'm going to get a lot of popular responses. Removing spell. This is something I've been wanting to do with all the spellcasters, spell slots. Prepared spells. I just prepared spells. I want to do this for a what is it? A hazard, for a spell hazard table, or lose spell. That's really what I want to do. I would much prefer to have that. I like the way it operated in Dungeon Crawl Classics, because from what I've been looking at and seeing what people do, and then when I was playing through and actually playing Shadow Dark, which uses this, where you lose the spell if you're unsuccessful, then you just don't have access to that spell for the rest of the day, which is fine. I'm cool, good with that. And if you roll really bad and you get like a 1, you wind up with a spell hazard table to roll on. And I kind of like the idea of doing that. Although, in terms of a cleric, I don't know that I'm going to use a spell hazard table. It might just look a little different. Anyway, I think all the spellcasters need to be slightly different. Anyway, let's go here. So we've got that one. We've got this. I've got that. That's there. I've marked that down. Followers, heal bot, no. Clerics. Yeah, really, the healing abilities. How do you counter the druid, the bard, and the paladin for healing? It's really, really difficult to do. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is, the first thing is to lay everything out so that I've got everything in sort of roughly the structure that I want, and then start going through and doing the hard yakka. And because I'm really intending to eliminate things like the spellcasting table, ultimately, I'm probably not going to include that into this. Although I'm tempted to make it an option. I'm tempted to have a separate table if you want to do that sort of thing. But for me, I really want to get rid of it. It's bugged me for years. It's really bugged me for years. Spellcasting's bad enough. How's it going, Hayden? Maybe certain weapons can be signature weapons for each deity, and you train to be an instrument of their wrath is what allows you to wield them. Hayden, That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Let's mark that down. Let's say that's a sensible. That seems like such a sensible thing to say. Let's go there. So some weapons are signature weapons for the cleric's deity, and they get access to them. I actually like that a lot. That actually means in many respects we can kind of open the doors a little bit, and I think what I'll wind up doing, just like I did with the monk, is I'll go through all of the weapons individually and decide which weapons should be added to the pool of weapons that a cleric can use, but we'll leave some weapons that are sort of signature weapons for a deity. Although I'm tempted to say maybe your signature weapon allows you to do something else. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I need to make a note here before I forget, because I will eventually forget if I don't. And I put this in the wrong place, so let's just cut this away and put it down in the bottom notes. Down. Here. Yeah, it should be going here. And I needed to mark this down as holy. What was it? Holy, radiant, and protection from question mark. Third, you got simple weapons and specific weapons based on your deity. Third level, okay, you got simple weapons and specific weapons based on your deity. Interesting. I think maybe we'll do something like that. Maybe we will make that a thing. I'm not sure that it needs to happen at third level. It might be, and we could probably. I don't. Does it really matter if it happens at first level? I'm not trying to front load the class, by the way. If you were thinking that I was going to try to front load the class, no, I'm not intending to do any of that. But first off, let's get my table sorted out. I need a table with 1, 2, 3. I think we're going to go 3. It's going to have the title table as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then do spells as a separate table if I really want to. No, yes, no. Think about this, Fred. Okay, give me a second while I just nut this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's where I want to be. Anyway, no, I'll make it separate. I'll make the table separate. That'll actually make life a lot easier for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 columns is what I require. And then I can set structure and place the things that I need. So this table has got way too many, so that isn't going to actually help me very much. So I'm going to grab a different document and see if I can sort of make this a little bit easier for myself. Where are you? You're down here somewhere. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I needed to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Title, features, bonus. Yeah, so this is the structure I want. I'll take this table here, thank you very much. And we'll copy it. And then I just take out all the things I don't need. And we'll make a table for our cleric right now, so I've got something to sort of work with. Okay. All right. There's our structure. These titles won't apply because they will look different, so we'll just cut them out now. So I just want to do this first so I can get on with the job of laying everything out. And there we go. Just helping with the planning process. This is one of the things I've discovered, is that table actually makes it's really handy for sort of figuring out where I should be positioning something, because you can see at a glance features. Where is it getting too busy? Where is it not busy enough? So yeah, that's what I think I'll do. Do that now. And proficiencies are all going to stay the same. Title's going to stay the same. None of these apply because you don't have these sorts of things. When you're a cleric, you have other things, don't you? What do you got here? Maybe a good a god of the hunt is linked to the crossbow, longbow, Talos, Zeus, the god, would be linked to hammers. A god of war would be linked to a polearm or halberd. So in the back of the player's handbook, since we're discussing this topic right now, in the back of the player's handbook for 5e, if you're really, really what I'm doing here is I'm making something that's compatible with my game system, Mazes and Monsters, and also Pathfinder, which is easy to do because Mazes and Monsters is basically just a retro clone, just with a lot of stuff stripped out. There's actually a section in the back of the player's handbook that goes over deities. And if I can find that section, I believe it actually stipulates the god's sort of symbol. So for example, if I go to here, so if we're looking at the Forgotten Realms and you look at their symbol, if a god has a weapon as a symbol, then that would be, say, a god that would have a weapon specialty. What would be an example of this? Let's find one, shall we? Here we go. So for Tempest, the god of war, has the upright flaming sword. So theirs would be the sword. So that might be a short sword, a long sword, okay, a great sword, would not matter. So you'd have access to swords. That would make sense, correct? And then if we were looking at something like, where's another one? No. There aren't too many actually. Is Greyhawk more like this? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think I like the idea. I just don't know how to implement it without creating an awful lot of extra structure. Just spouting thoughts. No, that's kind. No, I'm just looking to see how plausible it was to just easily port it over with existing stuff. But the problem is, it probably won't port over very well. If we look at Dragonlance has a lot of weapons, like is it Rerox, God of Craft, the Forging Hammer. So you could have hammers, but it's not going to apply to every single deity, because their symbol is not always going to be a particular weapon. So yeah, that may actually cause a few hassles for people, I would imagine. But anyway, let me just take out all the stuff that doesn't apply for the cleric here, and then once I've done that, I can get on with doing the other things that I need to be done. So let's see. Let's go just grab that, copy. Yep, we'll just drop it straight over. And cleric. It's easy. Speedy Gonzalez, get a lot of this done very quickly. And then copy and paste. Okay. All right, and that's cleric. Okay, cool. Next, let's cut out the rest of the stuff that doesn't need to be there. Martial maneuvers, you're not going to have those. But we will be keeping a progression for our martial. It won't be martial archetype. Well, I used a few different things to sort of demonstrate, to indicate this. Masonic. So we're probably going to use a different word, but it's still going to be archetype of some kind, if that makes sense. Battle engineer, we get rid of this. That won't apply. You won't probably have guild member. We'll come up with a different name for this. How's it going, Derp? Derp is a patron. Thank you for being here. I know that that as a DM, you don't like multiclassing. Are there new rules going to prohibit multiclassing or just discourage it by making a good single class? Good question, Derp. Yes, I really despise multiclassing. Part of the reason why I hate multiclassing is you never get ultimately a class overall when you do multiclass that isn't something that isn't a snowflake. It's done almost exclusively to min-max. That's really, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be somebody else who says, no, I do this for flavor. No, I just want customizability. But really, ultimately, when people are multi-classing, it's min-maxing, just to make the numbers as good as they possibly can. And there's nothing wrong with playing that way. But I've got I've got power gamers in my game who like that sort of way of playing the game, but they're also getting a bit older, so they're actually looking for something else, and so am I. So the intention is, if I make the higher levels of the class good enough, you will not want to multi-class because you will lose out. And I have no intentions of saying, no, you can't multi-class with what I'm building. But if you do multi-class, you will not get the other things that you get beyond level 10 that are actually really good. Because it won't be based off your character level to get those things. It will be based off your class level. And if you start dipping into this class and that class, you're going to lose a lot of that. And that's how the classes should have been designed in the first place. Also, too, the problem with multi-classing and also the different subclasses is you never get a holistic and a decent class in the end. There's always something that isn't quite right because it wasn't built from the ground up. And this is why I dislike it a lot. So, yeah, my group do a lot of multi-classing. And when I said I want to try to build the class so you don't want to multi-class and that you would much prefer to actually stick with the class itself as it is. And they said, well, what about if we want to play something like this? And I say, well, we build a completely new class for that so that we can actually do it from the ground up so it makes sense, so mechanically it's all going to work, so there aren't these strange sort of interactions that weren't actually intended. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really trying to design a game system that allows loopholes and people to say, look how clever I am. Because everybody in my group is probably smarter than I am anyway. I don't need that. Okay. So does that answer the question? So I'm trying to make the class so the single class itself is satisfying enough as it is without going and tapping into other things. Personally, I like Cleric and the feat Fighter something, Initiate, and selecting Dueling. So here's a thing that kind of annoys me about the Cleric is I kind of feel like the Cleric should have some sort of fighting style stuff like the Fighter, but not exactly like the Fighter. Do you know what I mean? They need to have their own sort of thing going on. We'll get to this. Anyway, let me just keep going and take out a lot of the stuff that isn't supposed to be there. Level 5, they do not get... Yeah, so we get rid of this. That doesn't live there. And we're leaving, we won't be calling it, that'll stay, those things stay, that's fine. They don't have remarkable athletes, so we'll get rid of this. Martial maneuvers, we're not going to give them martial maneuvers, that's for the fighter. Indomitable is a fighter's thing, so we'll get rid of this. There we go, it's gone. It's going to look different, it won't be called that, it'll be something else. Extra attack, they don't get extra attack at level 11 because you're a cleric. You get something else, 11, so let's get rid of this. Fighting style 2, no, that's for the fighter. Indomitable, it's fighter. World Traveller, that's going to look different, but I'll leave that for now. We're going to call that something else. Multiverse Traveller, it won't be called Multiverse Traveller, but it'll be called something that's in that vein. Let's get rid of this. We don't need that one. Martial Archetype's not going to be Patron Gift, it'll be something else. I think right now I can almost immediately say it's going to be called Deity Gift, but whether it's a gift or whether they forge it themselves, oh hey, we'll see. And then Champion of the Gods, I don't want to call it Champion of the Gods, I want to call it something else. I almost want to say, Anyway, we'll come back to this. These things are here, but they probably aren't going to stay called those things. I'll turn them into something else. So let's put in all the things that a cleric has right now, and then I decide whether I have to move these things around. Right, I'm going to get rid of the hat because the hat's not going to help me. Divine domain. Let's put divine domain there. They also a spellcaster, so we'll put spellcasting. Okay, that's fine. Channel divinity. I don't know that I like the way the channel divinity works right now, but we'll see how that goes too. I'm almost tempted to make channel divinity look so much different than it is now, but I honestly haven't actually figured out exactly how I would change it. We had a discussion, my group had a discussion about like how much of the cleric really needs to be adjusted. And we said there's just things that need to be added, but there's really not much going on that's a problem. And I'm like, okay, that's good news. Okay, divine domain feature. Divine domain feature. Okay, all right, we've got that there. At level 3, there's nothing going on apart from we have added something new. It's probably not going to be called guild member. It'll probably be called something else. What do you got here, Hayden? I feel like the answer to multi-classing is having enough choice within your own class to allow the building you're going for. Subclasses can help, but it still feels like something is missing. Hayden, you had it right on the nail. That's exactly the point. There just isn't enough within the class itself. There aren't enough options to actually allow you to go where you need to go. And that's done deliberately. Do you know why that's done deliberately? Because Wizards of the Coast knows that they can sell more stuff to you. Player option stuff is always a good seller over adventures and stuff like that. So that they can sell more of this stuff to the community. And it's much easier and faster and cheaper for them to make subclasses than a full-blown class. So the reason that we have subclasses in 5e, rather than just here's this class complete, followed by here's a complete new class, the reason they don't do that is because they can fit more subclasses into a book than they could full-blown classes. Therefore, they can offer more stuff, hopefully coaxing out more of your money, because they never made the class any good in the first place. That's really what's going on there. Anyway, so 3, I'm not worried about 3 because we're adding something at 3. Level 4, we've got there. Destroy Undead is level 5. Destroy Undead. That is challenge rating. I don't know that I'm going to be too worried about the Destroy Undead feature myself. It's probably fine the way it is, if you ask me. Level 6, we got... so I've got quite a lot going on here. Channel Divinity 3, 2, Domain... Okay, Divine Domain feature. Okay, so this is... Divine Domain feature might wind up getting sort of a shuffle around. I think that's really what's going to wind up happening, is it's going to get folded into something else. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's see if I can actually get this done. So it's really there. There's two. So we're taking all of this. That means that that one area, level 6, winds up being hugely flooded with stuff. And level 7 winds up being empty as. So I'm going to shift it. I'm going to just deliberately shift it right now. I'm going to just shift it to 7, because that's actually going to make it a nice little slot. So I know that's not how it's normally done. People, that's not normally what you see. Oops, undo that. That's not what I wanted. So we want this. Instead of it being level 6, go copy. I'm going to push it to level 7. And there'll be 2. There we go. Because we've got plenty going on at level 6 already. You're going to get a whole bunch of stuff going on there. Next, level 7. So we have level 8. We have the ability score improvement. We have destroy undead CR1. And, well, let's just take this and copy that, chuck that in here at level 8. Which means then level 9 will wind up being kind of empty. Again, I don't want to do that. Let's not put it at level 8. I'm going to put it at level 9. Let's put it a little bit later. I might move these around, people. We'll see. I don't think it really going to matter too much. It's one level later. Is it really that? I want to spread things a little bit. And then the Divine Domain feature, we'll leave it a little bit later as well. Although, again, I'm wondering if maybe I'll just fold that into something else. Let's see. Okay, so let's do that. Cool. Right. Next. That's 9. 10. Level 10. Level 10, we're going to give them a monastery, but it's not going to be called that. We have divine intervention. God, I hate divine intervention. It's really not very good. There's got to be a better way of doing divine intervention. I'm going to put a question mark there, divine intervention. Then we got destroy undead, challenge rating 2 at level 11. Okay. Let's go copy, and I'll just drop that in here. Paste, and it's level 2. Challenge rating 2. There we go. We've got ability score improvement. Level 13. There's nothing going on at level 13. Why? Destroy undead. Again, we have level 14, destroy undead. I've actually got a lot going on here. I've already got something, and I'm not moving that position. So I'm almost tempted to move divine intervention to level 13 and make it stronger. And level 14's already quite packed. I might shift destroy undead to level 15. Yep, I think I'll do that. For those of you who are saying, oh, you've just nerfed it. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of stuff, people. Trust me. This is just a first draft. So it's probably going to be a little bit overstuffed to begin with. Anyway, destroy undead, challenge rating 3. Let's push it there. Right, so level 16, we've got ability score improvement, and then the multiverse traveler, which is not going to be called multiverse traveler, it'll be called something else. Then we have another destroy undead. Okay, let's push this. Okay, take this. I'm going to cut that. I'm going to stick it here. And yep, that's better. And then level 17, we have both of those coming in again. So I think that's fine. 17's pretty slim right now, so 17, that'll do fine. Let's put that there. We don't change that too much. We just need to change that to a challenge rating 4. Divine feature, okay. Challenge divinity, okay, it's at level 18. So we get another push on this one, don't we? Channel divinity 3 times rest. It's this one. It's quite a big space, isn't there? It's a huge space, actually. 18. Do I need to put it there? I'm actually tempted to put it here and put it later again. Now, for those people you're looking at and think, hang on, Fred, you're making the use of channel divinity, you know, you're pushing it further and further away. So how often? The problem is that channel divinity for me probably will wind up being an unlimited resource. I don't really see. The problem with having a high level feature that you can use more than once, or having a low level feature that you can use more than once at higher levels, is it doesn't really keep up with high level play. And this is, I have a huge problem with how channel divinity works because of that. Because the solution is to actually get rid of channel divinity as it stands and make it something else that gives you access to something new, rather than the same old thing. And right now, 5e doesn't do that. And I really, it bugs me that that's the case. Okay, so now there's really no level where there isn't something happening for you, which is better. I need to put a few question marks here for things that I'm probably going to want to adjust. Channel divinity, divine domains, I'll come back to them. Where's the other channel divinity? It's way back over here. And that's the first one. There's the second one here. Okay. All right, it's dropped down. So yeah, I'll fix that up. I'll fix that up. That's all right. Okay. So I think what I'll do next is let's plug in some of the information that I haven't got here. So there's a couple of things you're probably wondering about. So what I want to do is give you an idea of what this feature is. It's going to be, I want to give it to them at level 3. It's not so much going to be guild member, although it's kind of like guild member. If anything, I suppose it's more like the monks dojo member. Would I even say it's that? I don't know if I would even say it's that. It might even look a little bit different to that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this section here because it can't be called Masonic Way. It's going to have to be called something else. Do I want to use the monk one or do I want to use the fighter one? That's the question. And use that as a structure for it. It's tempting to use the other one. I suppose that yeah, it doesn't really feel like it's a clergy member. I think that's a better idea. Clergy member's a good start. Let's start with that as a possibility. How's it going, Eddie? The gods get angry and poof, your divine spells are gone as the gods laugh at you. That sounds wonderful. Let's cut this one. Do I want to do it that way? because I took a lot of stuff away from this, didn't I? Let's start with the original. Let's start with what I originally had put down. And this all sort of starts at level 3. So if I go copy, and this is the Cleric, yes. And we just need to make sure I find a spot where we're dealing at level 3 stuff. Divine, life divine, okay. Divine spells, that's second level. Blah blah blah. Beginning at okay. Channel, that's the turn undead feature, which you get fairly early on. All right, so it's going to sit right about here. So let's put it right about here. Paste. For all the formatting that I've already got. And I'll highlight it, but we're going to call it something else. Discipline. Yeah, we could call it discipline, but I don't know that I want to. I feel like discipline isn't. It's just not. It's not clericy enough, is it? Really? Let's start with the word. I don't want to say cult member. Good one though. Dear. Let's start with clergy member. Let's start with that as a possibility. I will highlight this section in a second. Once that was so funny though, I have to say. Nice move on your part there. Let's go copy. And the progression, since really what you see here is what the subclass progressions used to be. So I've added an additional subclass or progression, which is kind of like the old subclass thing. I'm also using the structure, part of the structure that Wizards of the Coast started to use, then decided they didn't like, and they dumped it. So this is for the monk. We can't call it that. We can't call it clergy way. We're going to call it something. I don't know what. Clergy. Come on, phone. Catch up. Either that or as it's crashed, because I've got a storm starting to brew outside, so that's probably part of the problem. So we're not going to call it clergy way. Are you going to come up with a better name for this? Because clergy way and discipline is not going to work. We're going to have to go with something else. In any case, we will adjust this a little bit later. I'm going to highlight it so that I know I'm going to come back and deal with it. There we go. Cool. Is clear? I don't know. Let's type it in and find out, shall we? Let's type in this word and see. I was all ready to go back and have a look at the AD&D books and just see how they sort of structured this and see if there's something we could use. But clerical, not a word by the looks. No. What does clerical mean? Okay, so it's spelt differently. Let's have a look. Belonging to the clergy. So clerical, yeah. No, it's all right. We've got it. No, we've got a word. There is a word, but it's not spelt that way. It's spelt slightly differently. That's all. So it's got an E in it instead, and it's clerical. Clerical is actually spot on. There we go. Obsolete. Oh, interesting. Is it an obsolete word? Is it a word now? Clerical. Okay. All right. Well, so it's not it's a word we could use. It is a word. So we're all good. We won't come back to that. We'll see how we go. Anyway, let's get the first one. I want to get all of the new things I want to add in there first as much as possible. So that's the first one. And we're starting at level 3. We get one at level 6, level 10, level 14, level 18. That's really replacing your subclass stuff. So those things need to be very cleric-y. They need to be really good. And they need to give you more than just I can smash things or I can heal stuff. And that's unfortunately what tends to happen these days, is we wind up with everything just being that. So then followers. Now we're not going to call them followers, we're going to call them something else. Loyal followers is referring to something else. So let's go grab the monk one, because the monk one, wherever it is, no, stunning strike, that's something else. Monk followers. We're not calling it monk followers, but I will take this. This starts at level 6. It gets better. Copy at level 10. And so I need to just toss this in roughly where we need the level 10 stuff to be. So Divine Intervention is now level 11. And it's level 5. Beginning at level 11. I'm pretty sure I had moved Divine Intervention to level 11. Let me just check that. Did I? No, I moved it to level 13. And I moved, okay, all right, so Divine Intervention is now level 13. I've moved it quite a distance, didn't I? Okay, all right, that's all right. You're going to get plenty of stuff, so that's not the end of the world. Death level at 13th. All right, so let's put this here. This can live here. Since that's level 5, we're getting a level 6 feature here, and we'll go paste. For now, let's just call it Cleric Followers. If you can come up with a better name for it, let me know, and I will restructure this. This is going to look a lot different to the monk one, because it can't be the same, unfortunately. It needs to have a flavor for the monk, and it will have different options. Like all the time, every time your class gets followers in these classes, not all classes will get followers, but also when they do get them, they need to sort of spell out what makes them different about everybody else. They can't be just the same thing. Okay, so level 6, and then I believe level 10, and it's not going to be property or stronghold rights as such, although I am tempted to allow the cleric to delve into more than one option, which might be quite fun. Okay, so let's go grab the original fighter. Has well, followers, moving down here, stronghold. So I've got the rules for strongholds, which is castles, but we might add in another additional option for the monk. So we go copy here, and this is going to be interesting. And I gave this, they're going to get it at level 10, so I have to make sure I slot it into roughly where the level 10 area is. After the followers, somewhere about here. So first off, I've done the fighter, and the fighter will get followers. I've done the monk, at least the first draft, and the monk will get followers. And I'm doing the cleric, and the cleric will get followers, but the cleric's followers will look very different. The paladin traditionally never had followers. And I hate to say it, people, I'm not going to give the paladin followers. When we do the paladin, which I will do at some point, I'm not giving them followers. Because traditionally they didn't have them. So I don't really want them to have that sort of thing. Discipline, acolyte, devotee, Yes, could be. Acolyte discipline works too. Acolyte devotee. Yep. Discipline. Noun. Discipline. Synonyms. One who accepts and assists in spreading the doctrines of another. Okay. All right. So we could potentially go with discipline. We'll come back to that. I mean, I think the naming conventions aren't going to be our biggest problem right now. Let me go down here, and so I had offered up dojo, gym, monastery. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take monastery here, since I've done the work for it. Copy. And that's for monastery rights, so it's got to look a little different. I'm going to add that in as an option. Where are we? It's probably the cheapest option out of all of them. Is it? It might well be. It might not be. Let me think. No, it's about 50,000. So you could have a castle, you could have a monastery. Let's do this. Different problems for different strokes. So I'm going to include a monastery, and we're going to include castles and a fort. So, I might take the fortified tower away, though, as an option. Or replace it with a church. And actually very tempted to replace this here with a church. So, castle keep. Really, it's just a castle keep in many respects, so it's not a big issue. So, so we're going to hear castle keep, monastery, okay, all right. So, what I call this, in terms of, instead of it being it's not necessarily monastery for the cleric. It's going to be something else, isn't it? It's definitely going to be something else. A donkey is a squire. Yeah, funny people. Yeah, funny. Yes, so Hayden, a paladin will have a squire, for sure. But they won't necessarily have a body of followers that follow them around. Because really, the paladin is like I feel like the paladin is, and traditionally it feels like it's more like a solo warrior, a solo holy warrior. Really, that's what it feels like. So, yeah, we'll be going for something more like that. Anyway, I don't know what to call this. So, it's not going to Masonic and Stronghold rights. Let's do that. Monastery and Stronghold rights. Really, that's kind of what we're looking at here. So let's do that. We'll put that down for now. I will adjust this. There might be a few other things I put into that one. I might wind up loading up our cleric with a lot of stuff at level 10 in terms of options compared to everybody else. That might be a bit much, but we'll see. Okay, so that's good. Temple, yes, I am thinking, Hayden, of adding temple. I just haven't figured out the mathematics behind it. I will, but yeah, I'm tempted to go with keep or fortified tower, which is the same sort of thing, really. Monastery, temple, small castle, large castle, which is more options than the monk gets, and certainly more options than the fighter gets. I'm also tempted to remove the very large castle for the cleric, because I kind of feel like that would make a lot more sense. You might have a cleric that does have a castle, but it's not of a particularly large one, whereas the fighter would then benefit out of everybody else. It's much more distinctive, which would help sort of separate them a little bit. So that might be the way to go. So we'll type in the word here. Fortitude tower. We're going to put here temple for now, with a question mark, and I'll come back to it. Cloister, maybe cloister. Kind of essentially the same thing. I mean, cloister and monastery is pretty much the same thing, I discovered when we were researching it. Paladin utters the best lines in this one. I kick ass for the Lord. Yeah. Flicker Sprigs, how's it going? Maybe give them a place of worship, then give some suggestions. Well, what I will probably do is the cheaper options will be more of a place of worship. And yeah, don't worry. I think I think I got my structure right for this. I think it's going to work. I did have a think about how it's going to, because I have discussions with my home group about how do you structure something like this. So we have discussed it. Okay. So that I'm going to have to work on. We'll come back to you though. Next. It's top of the hour and I should be taking a break, but let me just get the last of this stuff in here. World Traveller. No, I'm not going to take World Traveller. I mean, I want to keep it. I just don't necessarily going to call it that. So let's scroll on down. And I said level 14, which is fine. What they get is going to be different, and it's not this. I don't want it to be like the monk. Or do I want it to be more like the monk? No, because I feel like the cleric is it's more like the fighter than anything else. So it's going to look a lot more like that. All right, let's take this and then copy it. And it's level 14. It is level 14. It is. So we just slot it in where it's supposed to be at level 14. Scrolling down. Should be after the divine intervention stuff. God, it looks like there's a great huge hole in the middle, doesn't it? Anyway, we're not going to fix that and put this here. It's not going to necessarily be called World Traveller. I'll call it something else. And let's highlight that. So I know I'm going to come back and adjust it, because that is directly from the fighter and we don't want to use it exactly as is. And then next on my list of things I need to plop into here, level 14, no, Multiverse Traveller. Multiverse Traveller is going to look very, very different. The level you get it is fine, but it's going to look very different compared to the monk or the fighter, which is good. So 16, level 16, right down here somewhere. Okay, so it's going to be after this one. There we go. And it will look nothing like that, and it will not be called that at all. But we will at least highlight it for now. We are not finished though. We still have... where is it? Patron gift, level 18. Patron gift, which is not going to be called patron gift. Um, 18. This is sensei gift. It's really not that. Let's go down here. Patron gift. We'll take this one. Copy. And we will, it's level 18. For those of you who are worried about giving out a legendary magic item at level 18, honestly, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. It really isn't. And I have to make some adjustments to this. And I will, but not just yet. Now, level 20. At level 20, you can call for intervention. Intervention succeeds automatically, no roll required. That is the most shitty level 20 feature under the sun. Okay, right. I actually prefer this more. If anything, this works more for a cleric, but I'm gonna bang it out a bit more for a cleric. We're gonna bang it up a bit more for the cleric, okay? Because right now that feature there is just awful. It is just awful. Let's see. Paste. And what's another word? Champion of the gods is not what I want. I almost feel like a cleric becomes an aspect of the gods. Temple of, insert deity name. Yes. Yeah, exactly. What do you got here? By 18, most PCs will hold something legendary or close to. Exactly, F. Hubber. It's really just a marker to say, if you haven't given them a legendary magic item by level 18, it's time to. It's really just a marker for a game master built into the character class to say, at this point, if you haven't done this, you probably should be doing this now. First fix, healing word either makes it better or just to get rid of it. Healing word, look, healing word is a spell. That's an avatar. Avatar of the gods. I'm not against that idea at all. What do people prefer? Do you prefer the word avatar or aspect? I'm happy with avatar or aspect. Let's try one of these. Avatar or aspect of the gods. Level 20. When we hit that, the prime ability. And the prime ability, unfortunately, even what I've written down here for the fighter, which was not bad, is not going to be good enough for a cleric at level 20. It's going to have to be a lot more impressive. So, particularly around talking with your god, I just don't see it being able to work any other way. It is just going to suck otherwise. Okay, so that's all the yellow sections are new features that I'll be adding in, and yeah, I'll be going through the. I guess the question is, I'll type it in and I'll give you time to have a think about how you would like me to do this, because is my live stream going to catch up? Okay, let's try that again. I'm falling behind on my phone for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm going to type into here. I like avatar. It feels like you're an extension of your god. That's exactly what you are. That's exactly what you are. You got it. Exactly. Okay, so hashtag. Do I work on the cleric basics or new features? Okay. That's my question to you. Have a think about that. Aspect is like you're just the same color as your god. Yeah, so we'll make an avatar. If you feel like avatar's got a bit more kick, sweet. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, go empty the lizard, and come back, and then we'll continue on. And you will have told me what area you want me to concentrate on. When I say the basics of the cleric, I mean just starting at the very beginning, working through hit points, proficiencies, all that sort of stuff. Or do you want me to go straight to the stuff around guild membership, followers, strongholds, traveling the world, dimensional travel, talking with gods, stuff like that? Do you want me to do with that first, or do the basic stuff? Basic stuff or the newer stuff that I've highlighted in yellow? Have a think about that. here we go. Coming back into the mix. All right. Looks like I can see 2 votes there. It looks like it's going to be new features, which I'm fine with. That's fine with me. We can do that. Hello, I have returned. Okay, so the vote is Flicker Spriggs and Hayden. You both want new features. The basic stuff we'll deal with later on, because as I said, I don't think a lot of the basic stuff needs that much adjustment. It's the addition of new stuff that's really important, rather than the other stuff. So we won't worry so much about that. Then that's fine. No issues whatsoever. Okay. It's a 16, and those are 11s. So let's just bold. All right. Skip past all that. We'll come back to that some other time. I'll deal with that later. And let's just scroll down to the things that are new. So this Clergy Way. Do we want to call it Clergy Way though? Do we want to call it something else? If you can come up with a better name than Clergy Way, I think clerical. We could go clerical. Clergy member. I think we're going to go clergy member ultimately. So let's go with this. Your character is invited to a temple. Well, you're going to have a temple, so that's not really what we're dealing with. We're really talking about a secret society now. If anything, it's probably a secret society. And 3rd level, you're invited to a, let's go religious. Yeah, religious. Religious secret society. Which means we might want to just change the name of this a little bit too. Let's go with secret society. I think society. Define it. Did I? Oh, okay. Here we go. That's better. An organization whose members are sworn to secrecy about its activities. What is meant by a secret society? Which formed a specific purpose. Such societies does not target in front, but works behind the scenes. Right. Okay. I think the reason why I want to use the word secret society is I think about the Knights Templar, which for me, I feel like the Knights Templar are more clerics than they are paladins, because they are an organization of holy warriors, whereas I feel like a paladin isn't going to be necessarily like that. Maybe you have a different view of this, but we can change that name if it doesn't sort of fit. But I think secret society is kind of going to be cool. Let's stick with that for now. Now, beginning at 3rd level, your character is invited to a religious secret society because you are becoming a yeah, I want an inner circle. Secret society feels like an inner circle. Hi, Itchy. How's it going? It worked. Hey, Fred. Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's coming through. Becoming a devotee. and your devotee for your becoming a devotee for your deity. Let's do that. This grants additional resources. All, let's go here. Secret Society benefits are at the Game Master's discretion. I do this every single time with all of them because they're going to see a lot of that in a lot of these features, by the way, people. My friend is a cleric in our campaign. His tune is Spiritual Guardians times 100. Okay. Okay. Next. Now, these are the features you get at level 3, and then you're going to get some stuff at level 8. So we need to decide which ones are appropriate and which are not. Workshop space to make stuff depending on the type of religious society. I don't know. Do we give a workshop to a cleric? Do we give a cleric workshop space? I don't know that that's appropriate. Religious society. It might be better that it'd be something else. So have a think about that one. Employment or jobs to generate an income. I don't feel like that's necessarily something that we would put in for the cleric. Would they actually? No, well, that's not true. You think about the holy warriors. They were still paid. They were still paid. It's just whether we want that to be there. Libraries and archives of information for conducting research. I think we can keep that. That's not a problem. A place to stay with free board, food, and drink for the cleric. And this I'll keep. You might have noticed that I have kind of folded the idea of a secret society or guild membership or anything like that into you get free board, food, and drink if you want to stay at one of their residences at a certain level, which kind of eliminates the necessity of the background features. That's kind of deliberate on my part, if you were wondering. It's almost completely deliberate that I've done that, because I think it should have been tied into the class rather than the background. Because often when you see background features, they read like you get free room and board for whatever organization might be associated with your type of background. Do you know what I mean? And it's definitely role play narrative stuff. It's not combat, which is fine. I don't think combat stuff should be in the background, but it's the same thing. There's the problem. It's the same thing. Homebrew. So here's my my approach to backgrounds is you use the guidelines for building a background that Wizards of the Coast has put forward in the player's handbook. It's near the back, but they've also now moved it for their play test further forward to the front. The front loading it, so that basically the standard is if you're making a background, whatever gear that you grab doesn't come to more than 50 gold pieces, and you get a couple of different things. So can I just find the page for this? Backgrounds. Yeah, customizing. My expectation is that everybody will customize their background and make their own custom background based off some general requirements. So if you look on page 125, it says customizing a background. You might want to tweak some of your features or background so it is better fits your character. To customize your background, you can replace one feature with any other one, so that's fine. Choose any 2 skills, so you choose 2 skills when you make a background. I don't like that. I would actually change that to pick 2 tool proficiencies. I think skills are too much like a superpower for a background, frankly. But they have a structure for it, and choose a total of 2 tool proficiencies or a language or languages. For me, I would go with 2 tool proficiencies and then select 2 languages. That would be my go-to, is like something like that. That would be a sample, and then of course you get 50 gold worth of equipment to go with that. But yeah. So a basic structure. My expectation is that my players will either use existing backgrounds or they will customize and make their own, because we do that all the time. Happens quite a lot at my table. I really want backgrounds to be backgrounds rather than superhero powers or stuff that should really be loaded into the class. You're never going to see me putting a feat into a background. That ain't going to happen. Wizards of the Coast can do that, though. Yeah, so, yeah, if you're wondering, Itchy, I'm all about customized background. I'd rather backgrounds just be your previous job before you gained a level in a class. Hayden, that's exactly what I feel too. Is the background should be the background rather than something else. The reason that it's not popular is because people only value combat stuff quite often. And when you could do these surveys that Wizards of the Coast puts out, they only respond to the only people really responding are the people who are vested in min-maxing quite often. They're not really, I mean, none of my group ever fill those things out. Probably nobody in your group fills those things out. I like how backgrounds in the player's handbook let you replace skills, tools, and features with what you want. When I do that, my GM frowns on it, thinks it's min-maxing. No, I don't think it is min-maxing. I think it actually makes much more sense to do it. I want that to be the standard. I would much prefer there to be just a list of suggested features, and you've got a list of tool proficiencies, and you've got a list of languages, and you just pick from those, and you make a background, and you get to spend 50 gold pieces to buy equipment for your background. That's it. 50 gold pieces for your background is a lot of money. But anyway, potential allies that can offer a wide range of assistance. I don't think that's going to change. Do we need to change this in some way? I feel like I could make an adjustment to that. I don't know what it would be, though. Okay. Access to specialized tools that are related to the guild's business. Now, that's not related to this. This needs to work a little differently. Access to specialized tools. Again, I don't know what that would be. Again, I don't know what that would be. Okay. The secret society's business. I wouldn't say business, it's something else. It's goals. Business, goals, endeavors. Is that better? Endeavors. Tools and equipment. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. That's what I want to keep there. Is there anything else I should be adding to it? If you had a secret society, what else would you have? I feel like this... Oh. Would that relate to a cleric? No, maybe not. Okay, so this is this one. Let's deal with the next one. It's at level 8, a guild member gets the following benefits. A way to buy black market items and goods. I don't feel like that's a very cleric-y thing. I'm actually inclined. How do people feel about that? I think it should go. I'm saying that's a big, huge question mark on my mind. 2 question marks. At level 8, a secret society member gets the following benefits. What will that be? Contact with political, religious, criminal, and lawful and powerful individuals can help the character. I'm tempted to remove some of these, like criminal, political, religious, and powerful individuals, but I don't know about criminal. I feel like criminal should be off the cards, so I might take criminal out. Okay, I'm going to think about that more. I'll come back to it. I'm going to have to make a decision at some point, won't I? Access to the restricted section of the... Now... Secret Societies... Library and Archives. So, access to more information. A land travelling mount that is stable and fed by the Secret Society. Hello Fred, what do you got here? If a player is building for theme, then I don't consider it min-maxing, but remember min-maxing has a min and a weakness. Yeah. Exactly. This can be a riding horse. I'm not going to give them access to a buffalo though. A camel I will. I'm going to take that one away. So horse and camel are fairly standard. A donkey is cheap. An elephant, I'm going to take the elephant away. I'm going to leave that as something that you won't normally be getting. A dinosaur, like a triceratops, I'm taking that away as well. Pony, no problems with pony. Actually, we're going to put down here mule. I'm going to add in mule. Or another creature that the Game Master approves. So, if the mount is killed, the Secret Society will not replace it. So I've changed the options: riding horse, camel, donkey, pony, mule. Okay. You're probably wondering, Fred, why have I not included war horse? I've deliberately left war horse off. And you're probably thinking, why is that? I have my reasons. I think it's too much. I think at some point that, you know, our player characters are going to have to figure out how to deal with that themselves. Really, this feature here is very much about, from about level, level 3 through to level 8, we're giving them a whole lot of role-playing game features rather than another benefit in combat. That's not what I want to do. So let's go, cool. If the mount is killed, the Secret Society will not replace it. There we go. It depends if you want to actually be part of a cult and be more of a chaotic cleric class, not necessarily evil. I suppose that's true. So maybe we'll leave it open. I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, the clergy we're involved in, or with you know, the underbelly of society. That's not unusual. So it does happen. Another creature that approves covers anything that wasn't left out. If you can talk to the GM. Yeah, Fred Hubbard, that's quite deliberate on my part. That last little bit there covers anything else that might want to be added in. So it's not, this here isn't really supposed to be set necessarily in concrete. I've given some suggestions to the game master, and the game master is open, depending on their campaign, to change that if they want to. It's up to them. I think what we're going to do is, instead of a way to buy black market items and goods, I'm going to remove something else. We're going to include something a little different. A way to buy healing potions and holy water at half the normal price. Did that just annoy somebody? They're going to probably have access to people who make healing potions because they're being a cleric. They're going to have access to people who create magic, holy water. So I think they should get a discount. We're going to give our clerics at level 8 a discount on healing potions and holy water. All right, there we go. And that we'll leave there. Actually, we'll leave it as it is. Yes, that's pretty much it. I've only made a few changes to that. Let's go back and look at the other bit in a second. Characters are required to take on an apprentice at level 6. Yes, you are. Who can perform simple tasks. A secret society. A religious secret society. Whoops, can't get it right. Will provide these benefits provided the character performs specific required duties, favors, and support against rival factions. And I do this almost every single time. Basically, this little bit here is to make sure that you're getting this stuff, but you have to do some favors. There's a cost. It's not money that you have to pay. It's something else. It's allegiance. And I like that. I know my players, when I started saying stuff like this, I'm like, okay, they like this idea because it ties into the narrative aspect of playing your character. So we're going to keep that. And it does require a lot of adjudication by a game master. I totally get that too. Access to specialized tools. And equipment that are related to the societies, the secret society's endeavors. So I wanted to add something in here, but I don't know what it is. Potential allies that can offer potential. And I think we're going to keep this pretty clergy allies. So it's not going to be just any allies. It's going to be clergy allies that can offer a wide range of assistance. Okay. That's pretty broad. Place to stay. We've got that one there. I'm fine with this. Employment or jobs to generate income. Everybody has to make an income to live, even the clergy. So we'll put that there. We'll leave it there. Workshop space. I'm going to add a little bit more here. Temple and workshop space to make stuff. Depending on the type of religious society. Let's do that. Let's make that happen. Okay, so you've got some what's the feedback here? What if your chosen god or subclass allows you to imbue or enchant your holy water with additional effects like life cleric could turn into a weak healing potion, or a light cleric could turn it into a firebomb. I'm not really so to give you an idea. It wouldn't make it so something like the light cleric wouldn't interplay with this. To make it really clear, you see this feature here, Clergy Way, is like your subclass. So at 3rd level, you get Secret Society. So instead of getting the light cleric's thing, is that really what I'm trying to do here? I think that's really there. I think that's really what I'm trying to aim for. Is you wouldn't take light cleric. This is why I've been saying that the domains might be a bit of a problem. I don't think they're going to work quite the way they were before. I mean, you'll still have domains, but they won't be, because right now your domain is like your subclass. So subclass, like life, like your life domain is like your subclass, whereas this replaces that completely. So you wouldn't take life domain and then this as well. You wouldn't get the whole package as well. It's not intended to work that way. So yeah, as I said, I am trying to remove the subclasses and multi-classing as a go-to. So you would take this over the light domain feature that you would get at level 3. So light domain, right? If you have a look at, say, the light domain, let's talk about that. Loses its effect at dawn. That might be an option mid, possibly. We'll see. But any case, so for example, if you look at the life domain, what do you get when you pick up the life domain? Well, first off, the life domain is available to you, or whatever domain you're getting, you get that at level 2. Whereas really what I'm looking at is level 3. Okay? So think domain. Instead of domain, it's Clergy Way. So, yeah, I wouldn't even want to call it domain. I don't know how am I going to explain this to people? Domain. So, for example, an area or territory owned and controlled by a particular ruler or government. So domains aren't supposed to work with this necessarily. Even though I put them into the table at the very beginning, I said I was going to have to do something with it. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I think you'll find with the Secret Society stuff, this is probably going to get built out a little bit more. We'll see how we go. It's probably going to get built out a little bit more. And there's some things that I want to add that I haven't put in here yet, but we'll see how that goes too. Yeah, and I guess for me, I want there to be, with the Secret Society, I want there to be some way of customizing what you're dealing with in terms, I want something that will sort of be thematic for your god. I just haven't figured out how to write that in just yet, which is why I'm going to leave it kind of unfinished. It's still going to remain in yellow for a little while because, as I said, the domains are going to work a little bit differently. Okay, so that's that one. And we'll work on this a little bit more a little bit later on when I'm ready to do so. Let's move on to the next one. And that's Cleric Followers. And I think I was thinking Pilgrim, but maybe Pilgrim is not the way to go. Maybe Pilgrim, a person who journeys to a sacred place for a religious reason. Traveller or wanderer like a pilgrim. No, not necessarily. A member of a pilgrim of the Pilgrim Fathers. What does it mean to be a pilgrim? One who journeys to foreign lands, a wayfarer, one who travels to a shrine or a holy place as a devotee. So I think what we'll do is we won't use that. I think we'll just leave it as it is. Cleric Followers. I just need to adjust a lot of this stuff here because it's not going to make any sense otherwise. Okay, all right, let's start with this. So beginning at 6th level, your character is required to take on an apprentice, not a Padawan. We're getting rid of that. An apprentice. It's very tempting to put in choir boy. I'm sorry, it's bad taste, but it's funny. Considering the history of the clergy, it's you've got to poke a little bit of fun at some of the crap that's gone on over the years. Okay. So what is a trainee? What would you call define trainee? Trainee cleric. Do we know what that is? What do you call a trainee priest? Well, yeah, let's do that. What's that? Sure. Oh, okay. Once the interview and meetings have concluded, a parish will sponsor the candidate. He will then enter. He, you mean she, she, either one, will then enter a theoretical seminary of study toward priesthood. At this point, the prospective priest is now called a... Okay. Is this terminology only used for a male clergy member? Is that what it's supposed to refer to? I'm kind of curious now as to how that's supposed to sit. It kind of feels like it is. Novice priests are called what? Also called, okay, in a period of training and preparation, Christian novice, Masonic member of the glorious order, undergo prior training, vows, da-di-da-di-da. A seminary student. Hierarchy of priests. Bishop, priests, deacons, holy order, hierarchy. Interesting. Postulate, really? Yeah, J. Lewis, I'm thinking it does feel like it's very much the Catholic Christian thing. So let's take Fred Hubbard's suggestion here. Yeah, might be a better reference. Dear. Here we go. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, okay. It doesn't... What does that mean? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, okay. Newcomer Israel. Acolyte, maybe. As a new convert, especially someone who has recently switched from one religion to another. I see. In some Christian churches and proselytes can be baptized. That maybe that's not going to work. A person who has converted from one... No, it's not really quite right, is it? Have to grab the name from somewhere. Yeah. What does acolyte mean? A person assisting a priest in a religious service or procession, an assistant or follower. Bingo. Bingo was his name. Oh, yep. Bingo. That's it. It's a follower. I think this terminology is going to be fine. We're going to use that. Acolyte. Acolyte is the way to go. Let's grab this. And the word apprentice will still leave because anybody will know what that means. Or acolyte, who can perform simple tasks. Clerics need to teach their religious knowledge and divine divine skills to the apprentice in exchange for the student keeping. Now this is going to be interesting. Their weapons, armor will apply. Equipment, home, not so much a business. Mount. Now, what is the other thing that we had here? Acolyte. What else do they do? Okay. Can some tasks. In exchange for the student keeping their weapons, armor, equipment, home, and mount in good order. Acolytes. Lights are now, where are we? Are expected to, let's tie in some of this. Copy. Let's do that. Are expected to assist a cleric in religious service or procession. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's more like it. Yes, I suppose it could. But yeah, we'll go with acolyte, I think, for now. Would take 5 random consonants and 3 random vowels and make a word. Grab a scrambler. Yeah, why not? Okay, so how are we doing here? Doing all right. So beginning at 10th level, this is where things start getting a little bit hairy. So I have to shuffle over to an older book. Okay, being at 10th level, your character becomes so famous that they attract now, let's go back to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition. And the how did followers work? 20. Page 20. Okay, so Cleric. So looking at this, interesting but not hugely helpful. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, at least I'll find some of the titles to put in. When a cleric achieves 8th level, he or she automatically attracts followers of the cleric establishment, a place of worship, a building of no less than 2,000 square feet in floor area with an altar, shrine, or chapel. These followers are fanatical, loyal, and serve without pay so long as the cleric does not change deities or alignment. These followers number between 20 and 200. My gosh. Okay. In addition, there will be followers who are men-at-arms, and your referee will relay the types and numbers of appropriate at a time. Okay, so that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. So what we will do is we will give them 2 things that they can access. Hello, Oscar. How are you doing? Hello. So between 20 and 200 is a lot. In addition, so it's not going to be quite the same. It's going to be a little bit different. Let's see. Followers attracts. They attract followers. Okay, being at 10th level, your character becomes so famous they attract loyal followers that support and assist your character in their endeavors. The character gains a number of warriors equal to 2d10 and veterans. No, so we're going to get rid of the veterans. So we're going to get rid of the veterans right now. Let's get rid of that. I don't really want to give them high-level warriors. I want to give them something else. Most of the followers are 0-level commoners. The little old lady who baked for the potluck. The guys that pass the plates during service. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. But I think what I will do is let's do a little bit of a combination of acolytes and warriors, and I just need to figure out the numbers that we're dealing with here. I don't want to really give out number of guards. I don't think it's going to be warriors. It's going to be guards. I'm going to use the guards from the player's handbook. Guards equal to 2d10. And then geez, it's quite a lot when you think about it. That's potentially 20. And what's a good way of dealing with the rest of it? And right, let me have a think about this a little bit more. My brain is ticking. I'm either going to about to do something that's really, really stupid or not. I don't know which one that's going to be. And what the sweat warmers will always have to sit in the same spot. Okay. I think the class and 5es are very powerful, but the Ed edition is designed to be that way. I think playing like 5e hardcore solves these issues a little. Yeah, Oscar, I agree that it's designed to be easier to play than it has been in the past. In my old West Marches XP game, once someone hit level 8, They could roll their hit dice as a number of level followers of the same class and bring them on the adventure. My barbarian rolled up a halfling follower. He was the runt of the litter. So my intention at level 10 is to give you all of your followers all at once. Okay? One, because it simplifies it for a game master and dungeon master, so they don't have to try to track this constantly happening. It's just, this is what you get starting out. If they get killed, you're screwed. You won't get them back. They're gone. If you bring them back to life with raising, by raising the dead, then that's fine. Cool. That's going to be tied in there. Yeah, I'm just thinking about, like, how's the best way to do that in a way that makes sense, and how busted of an idea is to give them like a bucket load of acolytes, because that is really my first instinct, is to just give them a bucket load of acolytes. Okay, what other guidance do we have here that might be helpful? So 2d10 total multiplied by 10. In addition, the points will be men at arms, and your referee will decide the types and time. So, if we look at potentially 200 followers, of which are going to be acolytes and some are going to be guards. No, I don't think we're going to give them a sidekick. I think we won't give them a leader as such. They are the leader in this case. I think what I will do is I will go somewhere in the vicinity of 5d10 and yeah, 5d10 5d10, and then we're going to go with the acolytes and equal to, and let's just check that stat block before I do this. Alright, so I'm assuming you're going to probably wind up using the stat blocks from the monster manual. One to make life a little bit easier for yourself. And what is an acolyte? It's a quarter. It's a quarter. It's not actually that high. But the benefit is that they can cast spells. Interesting. I'm feeling better about the idea. Warriors, veterans. Yep. Feeling much better about the idea. Let's do it. An acolyte's equal to 15 d10. Oh, okay. Is that the best way to calculate it? 15d, when rolling 15d10 is kind of a bit ridiculous, isn't it? So we're looking at 50. All right, let's do a calculation that's going to make a little bit more sense. A d10 times 5. So d10 times 5. d10 times 5 and d10 times 15. There we go. So we don't have to have more than one d10 that getting rolled. Otherwise it gets a little bit silly considering the numbers we're dealing with. So that means you could have anywhere from 15 to 150 acolytes depending on how well you roll. 2d20, 5d20, 5d20. Yeah, I suppose you could do it that way. You're suggesting 5d20 because it gives you more variation, correct, Fred Hubber? I think that's why you're suggesting this. Okay. All right. Let's go with this. I'm probably not going to go with just 100. I'm actually kind of happy for it to be about 150. So let's look at this and think in terms of the best way to do this. 20-sided dice, and then we multiply it by what's the best number? 7. Let's go 7. We're going to give him a lot of acolytes. The more die you add, the more it will tend to be an average. Yeah. Yes, large range with a 55 approximate average, like the one big, the one die being multiplied for a large variance. So I think that's what we're going to do. Is we'll go with a D20 times 7 for the acolytes and a D10 times 5 for your guards. I think that's the best way we'll do this. All right, I think that's fine. Okay, in addition, one acolyte serves, acolyte joins your service to keep you on. No, that's the standard for a cleric. That was applied to a monk. That doesn't apply at all here. The apprentice, guard, guards are not using veterans, acolytes, and acolytes can't be replaced if they die, but can be raised from the dead. Followers are used for the following tasks: stable hands to collect fees from not fees, it will be tithes, isn't it? Collect tithes. Tithes. Tithes for the church. The church. For the temple. Let's go temple. Crew a ship. Yes. Manage businesses. Manage, not businesses, but manage temples. Conduct research. Discover new contacts. Craft and repair weapons. Yeah, some of the guards might be doing that sort of stuff. Not necessarily, but yeah, maybe. Act as a temple priest. Now, I'm glad that you're not fond of it. I do not want them being replaced. I do not want followers being replaced because they decided to take their followers into battle. So that's why I've put it there. They can't be replaced if they die, but can be raised from the dead. I think that what I've decided in the end is, like, a lot of the time followers in the older version of D&D, if you lost your followers and they died, nobody wanted to follow you because your followers died in your service. So nobody else wants to join you as a result of this. This is what it's trying to duplicate. It's also to stop people from using their followers as red shirts from Star Trek. because I don't want them to use the followers like red shirts from Star Trek. If we wanted to have that, then I would totally understand if a game master would see them doing this sort of thing and approaching it, or the game was set up like that you could do that sort of thing, that they would not allow you to have followers. And I want game masters to feel comfortable about the idea of having followers in their game. So if they die, they're gone. You have to raise them from the dead if you want them back. That's it. Okay? And it sort of goes with, as you get more famous, you can't rely on your followers being actually truly loyal to you, because one of the problems is that the reasons for them jumping on board may not be legitimate. So you can really only trust the first influx, and then after that it starts to get muddied in terms of your followers or your groupies. Game masters can allow followers to be taken into battle when the player wants to put them at risk, the party is smaller, or can hire mercenaries or can't hire mercenaries, face superior forces. So the idea is you're not taking them to battle. That's not what I want them to be. Yeah. The humanoid trap trigger. Yeah, like, here, let me send some of my guards and my acolytes into the dungeon first and let them stand on all the traps. I don't want that happening. If that's what we're doing here, then we're not going to do that. I'm just not building a system that would allow that to happen. And I expect my group will have no problem with this. So if you find that you don't like how I've written this, you'll change it, or tough, because I'm not changing it. I'm leaving that there. It's not going to be adjusted. Followers only work if you have some decent guidelines around how it's going to work, and you get your players on board. And this spells it out to a player who's playing the character how their followers are supposed to work. Because almost always I come across people who just consider followers like red shirts from Star Trek. That's really what they're thinking. And they don't understand why you would have followers for any other purpose other than to throw them into battle. And so, yeah. Anyway, that's my little ranty. So I think followers is done. I think we can unhighlight this section and remove the highlighted section, and that's the, yeah, cool, great. I might take a quick break, come back in about 5 minutes, and we'll continue with monasteries, stronghold rights. This is actually quite a large section. I might actually leave that to later. Which is the next one I might do? World Traveller and a Multiverse Traveller, which aren't going to be called that, would be much easier, and then Patron Gift much easier. Actually, I'm gonna jump past the other one, just because there's a bit of mathematics involved. What's this? I once played with someone who bred dogs in game to use as trap fodder, or meat shields. Oh, that's awful. Followers as meat shields. Yeah, I don't want followers as meat shields, because no game master is going to tolerate that nonsense. It worked, but it was kind of messed up. Yeah, Hayden, it does. It sounds really messed up. And I don't really want to encourage. I don't want my role-playing game to encourage really icky, horrible human behavior. Do you know what I mean? If that's what we're doing, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm all for, play out your fantasies, but if that's your fantasy, it's a sick fantasy. So I'm kind of against doing that sort of thing. Anyway, we're going to deal with World Traveller for our Cleric shortly. Multiverse Travel, which is going to probably surprise a lot of people very shortly too. It's not going to look like this. And then the Patron Gift. So yeah, I'm going to come back, going to take a break. Yes, and that's right. And so that's why you do not take your followers into battle, so you don't get them fireballed. If they get fireballed, it's your own sodding fault. Don't take them into battle. I have no sympathy. If you do take them into battle and somebody throws a fireball at them, that's life. You shouldn't have taken them there in the first place. You use your unseen servant with a 10-foot pole as a trap absorber. Much better. Much better. I approve. Anyway, Arnold will look after you for about 5 minutes or less, and I'll be back. Okay. Coming back in. Yes, but your point, Oscar, is is good, but it's not the same, is it? So Oscar's mentioned an evil cleric uses zombies and skeletons. That's right, and if you're creating your own sort of army from the undead, that's not followers. That's a different thing again, because I did not include skeletons and zombies as followers, did I? Dear. I say pets and mounts are safe unless you try to use them in battle. Then they almost certainly die. Fred, you can run it that way, and you already do probably, but I'm not going to push that onto somebody else. I'm setting it up the way that I think it needs to be set up. And I've told people before, remember, when I do this and I'm doing this rebuild, I'm not making it necessarily to satisfy one person in the live chat or a couple of people in the live chat or, the largest number of people or the broadest audience or the broadest market. That's what Wizard of the Coast does. Remember, I'm tailoring it for my group. Okay? And if you like what I'm doing and you want to take some of those ideas or take that idea completely, cool. And if you're a patron, you'll just download the document and use it as it is, or you'll change it. I don't care. But this is really from my perspective. One of the things I have discovered and have to acknowledge is that if you try to make a game system on a committee, you don't get a very good game system. You do have to have like a central goal where the vision is pretty much the same. I can't even imagine trying to make a game system where you have to have everybody agree on how everything works. That's why you have a project leader. Remember, Fred, currently project leader. I do the sign off on things. Okay. But again, it doesn't stop you from changing and doing things slightly different. Now, I'm going to call this missionary traveler. And the reason I want to call it missionary traveller is I feel like the cleric is like spreading their faith. This is what I'm trying to do. Missionary. Let's do this. A person sent on a religious mission, especially one sent to promote Christianity in a foreign... No, well, we're not dealing with that. We're just a person sent on a religious mission. So missionary traveller. And I think that's what I want to call it. If people disagree, you let me know. If you come up with a better idea or a better name, you let me know, and I'll see if I like the name. If I like the name, I'll add that in. Missionary traveller. I think that's where we need to be. Okay. All right. So I just want to go back and make sure monastery and stronghold rights, clergy way. I'm still unsure about this here. Clergy. Let's go clergy discipline. Okay, when you reach, you commit yourself to a discipline and must select a deity to worship. I do not want clerics that do not have deities. it is too strange. Way too strange. So, clergy discipline. Let's do that. So this is not that. Clergy. Discipline. Next one. Let's just do copy and paste for this. Copy. Martial art. That's that level 6. So we'll get rid of this and put that. Paste. And scrolling down. This one here. Paste. Pilgrim might be a better name. I was thinking pilgrim, but I was also thinking pilgrim is more of you going to a certain place. That's why I was thinking missionary. Missionary is spreading your faith. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I think the cleric does. The cleric is really, it makes sense that the cleric is trying to spread their faith, and not forced it upon you, but they're trying to get more people involved in their particular faith. And so that's where my head was at with this. Whereas a pilgrim is usually venturing to a specific location or a holy site. So it's a slightly different meaning. And this one here. Yeah. I did look up the word pilgrim and missionary, and I think missionary is a better definition of what we're trying to achieve here. So that's what I went with. But yeah, no, I initially had thought, oh, pilgrim, but actually it's probably not pilgrim. So secret society is our first one. Our clergy discipline gives us our secret society. And it's not loyal followers. It's something else. What the heck did I call that thing? I can't remember. Secret society. Clergy discipline. Oh, here we go. Cleric followers It's just not in yellow, so I recognize it. Okay, Cleric Followers. There we go, Cleric, loyal Cleric. Cleric Followers. And then the next one was Monastery and Stronghold Rights. Monastery Rights. Yep. Okay. This is all getting knocked around a little bit, but I'll sort it out later. So that's that one, and then what's the next one here? World Traveller, Missionary Traveller, Missionary Traveller, Clergy Discipline. Okay. And then if I go scroll down, Missionary Traveller. Okay, so I think we just need to adjust what's going to be there. A cleric with 2 or 3 berserkers, she gives them food and water and maybe love. Is war magic the best wizard? I don't know. It depends on what you're trying to do. I don't really do optimized power builds. If you're wondering about that sort of thing, it's not really my thing. So if you're looking for that kind of information, the best place to go for that is Trent Monk. Okay, go see Chris. Chris is better at that sort of stuff than I am. He's all about that sort of stuff. He's all about that sort of thing. Okay, so beginning at 14th level, your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized vehicle that was gifted by a patron deity or powerful entity. Otherwise, it is built, stolen. Well, it won't be stolen. It might be captured, though. It might be found by followers. Okay, so I want to adjust this. This needs to fit with a cleric, and this right now it doesn't feel very cleric-y at all. In fact, it feels very, very much like it's nothing to do with a cleric. Okay. Quickly, with a specialized vehicle that was gifted by a patron deity or powerful entity. Otherwise, it is built, captured, or found by followers. Built, captured, or found by followers. Okay, now, this is where I need to add in here. The cleric's vehicle is used to spread the faith of their God. Or goddess. That's why you have it. Now, vehicles available to a cleric. Sailing ship, yes. Galley, yes. Warship, I'm taking that off. I'm taking that out. Missionary traveller, not on a mission. Well, I'm not really trying to duplicate the Holy Wars. Submarines, yes. Submarine, we'll give them a submarine. Wagons can be selected with approval from the game master. Now, let's do this. So you'll find here that I've got here, the cleric is required to complete a quest to gain their new vehicle. This is a product of my home group insisting that there be a story reason why they go off and get stuff. Although it's fine to say, here, now you have a ship, or here, now you have a submarine, or here, now you have a wagon. You'll notice that a lot of these features that I'm putting in here, they're very much tied to you have to do something, or you are required to follow up and do something to get it or maintain it. Hello, Phil. How are you doing? How's it going, Phil? So yes, I'm just trying to tailor make some of these features for a cleric so they kind of fit. And right now I think that's not too bad. I think that's all right. Let's do this. War wagon. Okay. So they're a missionary traveller, and their vehicle is what allows them to travel the world so they can spread their faith. This is what that feature's all about. Okay. Now, multiverse traveller, I don't want to call it that. And you're going to get this at 16th level. I do not want to give them a spelljammership. So you see, these things were things I gave to the fighter, and I'm taking all of that off the board. You're probably thinking, what's the deal here, Fred? In some respects, I'm about to give the cleric something even cooler, because it's not a vehicle. But also, it's got a few restrictions to it, because you can't do everything you want with it. A vehicle has some benefits. Okay, right. At 16th level, the cleric is planar pilgrim. I guess I didn't want to use... So the reason why I've been steering away from the word pilgrim, Phil, but planar is... Certainly it was on my mind, the word planar. I just didn't know where else to go with this, but I do want to change the name a little bit, because if I don't change the name, it's going to get confused with another feature that belongs to a different class. So I have to make sure all of them, if they've got some sort of multiverse travel component, they have to have a different name, otherwise confusion. As you're probably aware, that's a problem when you have the same name, but it actually works differently. But here, pilgrim, let me give you an example. Pilgrim. I was just explaining this to somebody else, that the definition of pilgrim, define a person who journeys to a sacred place for religious reasons, and travel or wander out like a pilgrim. Oh, okay, I suppose maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I just feel like pilgrim, when I think pilgrim, I think about a person who's traveling from one place to another to a sacred location for religious reasons, right? That's a pilgrimage of some kind. Hi, Prepare, Cook and Survive. How are you? Hi, Fred. Hi, all. How about a preacher rather than a traveling missionary? Well, I mean, I've just put missionary traveler because it sort of, I think it fits. But I mean, it can be reflavored however you like, I guess. Wayfarer, devotee. I might use the word wayfarer. That kind of works for me a little bit. No. It's all right, Phil. You're allowed to show up late, and people do ask the same questions, and that's cool. And I think I don't want the word that, but I do like the word wayfarer. But multiverse wayfarer, it doesn't quite fit, does it? Multiverse wayfarer doesn't quite fit. All right, so now I've got to have a bit of a hard think about this. So while I'm thinking about it, I want you to think about some different words. No, let's type in the word multiverse. Let's type in the word multiverse and see what we get. That's the secret, isn't it? I don't want to use multiverse. I'm trying not to use the word multiverse. Planar does seem like... Planar wayfarer is not bad, but let's go here. Multiverse thesaurus, something like that. What have we got here? What is an alternative word for multiverse? Yes, give me that. All right. The different universes within the multiverse are called the parallel universes. Yeah, okay. Um, Megaverse, the something of megaverse, multiverse, space, omniverse. What is omniverse? Omniverse is a concept that consists of everything from multiverses to metaverses. It is the largest existing concept in the technological world that includes all elements of the multiverse and metaverses. Now I want to know what metaverse is, because maybe that's actually what I'm after. Paste. Differ Explorer. Oh, okay, all right, hang on. The term metaverse consists of sci-fi a shared, persistent 3D dimensional world where people work and play. A hypothetical iteration of the internet in a single, universal, or immersive virtual world that is facilitated by the use of virtual reality and augmented reality headsets. Okay. All right. And then you've put in a suggestion. So now I'm starting to understand what omniverse is. I just don't know how it's going to apply for a cleric. Let's do this. Diffic. What's this? Okay. Define. What is the meaning of the word? To stay as a temporary resident. Stop. Oh, I see. Okay, let me write this. Let me write this feature out, and then I'll figure out how to name it, because I'm getting stuck on the naming side of things, and that's not really where I should be spending all my time. The naming of something can be changed. Anyway, at 16th level, the cleric is traveling the various various planes of existence through the use of divine magic. Okay. Now, if I remember right, 16th level is probably about the right time to do it. Let me just check. But I'm pretty sure 16th level is where we kind of get access to this sort of thing. It's a little bit earlier than normal, but okay. So what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to give the cleric access to gate. Unlimited access. But there's before you freak out and you think, Fred, that's way too strong. At 16th level, since it is a level 9 spell in Dungeons and Dragons 5e, it is an action to cast this, whereas I'm going to require 10 minutes. Etherealness clicks in at 15. So this is, yeah, I mean, yeah. So essentially so here we go. Magic. Okay, so here we go. Let's go with a cleric can spend 10 minutes. It's no longer possible to use it in combat. 10 minutes with their holy symbol to cast the gate spell an unlimited number of times. Okay. Getting rid of this bit here. And okay, so let me explain a little bit about this, and you tell me if there are holes that I need to consider. First off, the difference between level 16 and level 17 is 1 level, so I don't think it's a big issue. 2, the reason I'm giving them unlimited access to the gate spell is that at level 16 you need to be able to travel the multiverse fairly quickly at high levels. The idea that they could go from one plane of existence to another plane of existence and then back again in the same day, I'm perfectly fine with. It's the sort of thing that you would expect to be happening. The idea that you would get stuck in a plane of existence and you couldn't go back. Here's the problem with being stuck in a location by using the gate spell when you only get one casting of it. And that is, if you go to the plane of fire with your cleric and they get you there and your party can use the gate spell, because the gate spell allows you to create a portal and you can get a certain number of individuals through there. Okay, where is it? Okay, but the gate only lasts for 1 minute and then the gate closes. Okay, the chances are that if you are able to find some way to get fire resistance, you're still getting injured on the fire plane. Because if you go to the fire plane, the chances are you're constantly being, pounded by that extreme heat. So you need to be able to leave the same day or reasonably quickly. There's so many different planes of existence for high-level players, high-level characters, where they cannot live and exist there for too long before they have to leave. So I want that to be an option. I don't want them to have to worry about, okay, the cleric will cast gate, and then after that we'll rely on the wizard to cast plane shift. So I'm kind of trying to get around that problem. Does that make sense? Also too, you think about it. Now I have access to the gate spell at level 16. Do I really want to lose out on the ability to gate from one place to another just to multi-class? You know how I said I don't want people to look at multi-classing as a viable option because they would lose out on the higher level features? Kind of feel like this does it. When you think about high level spells and your cleric, what are the spells that your cleric uses the most? I want you to think about that now. If you've ever played a high level cleric and you had access to 9th level spells, and there's probably very few people here who have ever come that far, but if you did have a cleric and they had 9th level spells, what spells do you think are they going to fall on? Well, I'll tell you right now. It's usually not astral projection. Gate, mass healing. Well, we're not doing mass healing because that would be too good for making them too strong in combat. They don't need to be that strong at combat. At level 16, you're already pretty strong in combat. But gate, I've seen it used so many times. True resurrection does come up a bit. But usually, people don't use the 9th level true resurrection. They just use raise dead. True resurrection is for a really very sort of specific situation where the body's been destroyed and they've been dead too long. And usually your party can get around that by using reincarnate, or most of the case with a cleric, it's going to be raise dead, rather than going to true resurrection. So gate gets used a lot at a high level. So the only stickler I'm seeing is the summoning side of the gate spell. Now here's the thing. The stickler thing is I've put in 10 minutes. So you can't use it in combat. 10 minutes and then you move on. 10 minutes and then you move on. And so you don't get stuck on the plane of fire for too long. If you think that's not long enough, you let me know. If you think I need to push it to 1 hour in terms of... so cleric can spend 10 minutes with the holy symbol to cast the gate spell as an unlimited number of times. So really that's what I'm aiming for. Okay? We're giving them access to that a little bit earlier. But Phil, if you can think of anything else that sort of would throw a monkey wrench in this, you let me know. In all cases, the cleric is required to complete a quest to gain their new holy symbol power. My table cleric has used gate, true resurrection, mass healing, earthquake, control weather, anti-magic field, almost all 8th and 9th level. Yeah, exactly. So, but I'm like, if you've played at high level, right, and I know you have, Phil, can you tell me that like gate doesn't get used out of the 9th level spells, that gate doesn't get used like a lot? I know mass healing gets used a lot at 9th level if you're taking a lot of damage. But I'm taking that off the cards because I would never give somebody such a powerful and useful combat spell as an unlimited resource. The reason I've selected gate is because it's a traveling spell. It's not really something you use in combat. It's not going to make them any stronger in combat. It will simply allow them to travel from one plane of existence to another, which really at that level they can do. So, The summoning side of the spell would let you name any number of servants of your god to add as allies outside of combat to juice your numbers. So limiting the feature to travel as a caveat. Okay, gate is a source of access. I see. All right, let's have a look here. Let me have a closer look at gate. I didn't consider that possibility there. Let me have a look at gate. If I read through it, maybe you'll understand what you're pointing out here. I think I understand what you're saying, but okay. So what I probably need to do is I just need to not use the gate spell specifically. So here we go. Gate, 9th level conjuration. So 1 action, casting time, range 60 feet, concentration up to 1 minute. You conjure a portal linking an unoccupied space you can see within range to a precise location on a different plane of existence. The portal is a circular opening which you can make 5 to 20 feet in diameter. You can orientate the portal in any direction you choose. The portal lasts for the duration. The portal has a front and a back on each plane where it appears. Traveling through the portal is possible only by moving through its front. Anything that does so is instantly transported to another plane, appearing in the unoccupied space nearest to the portal. Deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals created by the spell from being opened in their presence or anything or anywhere within their domains. When you cast the spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature or... I see, here we go. I see what you're saying now. If that creature is on a plane other than the one that you are on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws the creature through. Right. Okay. So I need to make sure. So I need to make sure that really what I'm doing is I'm not allowing them to use the gate spell. The gate spell is going to be too much of a problem because it does more than just allow them to travel. Really what I want them to be able to do is use their holy symbol to create a portal. Really, that's what we're trying to do here. So plane shift. Plane shift is quite complicated as well. You and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle transport to a different plane of existence. You can specify a target destination in general terms, such as the city of Brass, or yes, okay, yada, another distance. If you are trying to reach the city of Brass, for example, you might arrive at the street below. Okay, yep. Alternatively, you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle on another plane. No, I don't want them to have this. This spell can take you to that circle. If the okay, yes. And I do not want to do that either. So all I want it to be able to do is the first part of planar shift. So what I want to do is not give them a specific spell. I need to actually create a. What I need to do is create a specific feature which has all the wording required to nail down what I'm trying to achieve. So I'm not going to change it to planar shift because it does too many things. Now that I read that there, so I need to take. Let's just go here for now. I'll go over here. I don't like going to this website. So for those of you who are seeing me jumping onto this website, don't get too excited. Okay. I'm only doing this to save myself a bit of time. Plane shift. Did it filter? Oh, I just need a space, that's all. Plane shift. Plane shift. Here we go. So let's take this. And I don't want this second sentence, and I don't want this second paragraph, and I don't want the third paragraph. I don't want that to take place. What I want is mostly this. So what I'll do is I'll go copy, and I might need to readjust it, and I will not make it a spell. To create a portal to another plane of existence an unlimited number of times. Okay. Let's go here without the formatting. You and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle are transported to a different plane of existence. Now, no. You and up to 8 willing creatures can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence. You can specify a target destination in general terms such as the city of Brass or the plane of fire. So you can specify a target destination in terms of okay, such as all right, so let's see. No, Phil, no, it's not hate. No, I use the yeah. I just don't want to use that website if I can help. I just don't want to use that website if I can help it, but it's kind of necessary for this sort of thing. you can specify, okay, right, here we go. A, target destination, and B, requested. In general terms, but requires game master approval. There are probably a few things that are going to cause problems, so we're going to leave that there. And you appear in or near the destination. Let's get rid of this. I don't need any of that. All right, so let's get rid of this. I'm not quite done. The portal remains open for no longer than 1 minute. Okay. Okay. I think that's... Are there any holes and problems with this? Let me read this out before we wind up with me taking yet another break. Multiverse Wayfarer. Multiverse Wayfarer. At 16th level, the Cleric is traveling the various planes of existence through the use of divine magic. A Cleric can spend 10 minutes with their holy symbol to create a portal to another plane of existence an unlimited number of times. You and up to 8 willing creatures can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence. So the thing is, that doesn't mean that this portal that you create will allow your enemies to follow, because they're not going to be able to use that portal. I do not want that happening. It's not intended to be used that way. So you don't have to worry about that. It's got to be willing creatures. Or do I want to? Willing creatures. No. Actually, that doesn't matter. That would be quite funny if something else that was willing to go through the portal did go walk through the portal. Well, let's leave that there. That'll cause some interesting things. A target destination can be requested in general terms, but requires Game Master approval, and you appear in or near the destination. The portal remains open for no longer than 1 minute. In all cases, the Cleric is required to complete a quest to gain their new holy symbol power. Bingo. Top of the hour. Now redundant. The only reason I'm not using the word ritual is because I might not use rituals at all. I'm very tempted to eliminate ritual casting completely, if that makes sense. So I'm using the time limit. It takes 10 minutes to create this thing. Not because it's I'm not actually trying to turn this into a ritual, because if it was a ritual, right, it would be 10 minutes plus the casting time, which would be 10 minutes plus 1 action. So that's 10 minutes and 6 seconds. And I'm not really trying to do that. It's per the level of the spell, isn't it? Per level of the spell? I can't remember. Yeah. 8 willing creatures selected by the Cleric. Yeah, I hate the way that Wizard of the Coast has structured rituals, so I don't want to use the word ritual. This is why I stipulated 10 minutes. 8 willing creatures selected by the Cleric. Okay, we'll do that. We won't make it a hamstring for you. The Cleric and up to 8 willing creatures. That creatures. Selected by that cleric. Okay. You and up to 8 willing creatures selected by the cleric can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence. Okay, I think we got it. I think that's nailed that down nicely. And multiverse Wayfarer, I'm going to get rid of multiverse, and we're going to go planar, because somebody had mentioned it before. I cannot remember who it is. There's been a couple of people who've mentioned planar, so we're going to go planar Wayfarer. Planar Traveler? Planar Traveler. Planar Traveler. No, let's go this. Let's do that. Planar Traveler. That's fine. That's still distinctive enough from what I've used before in the past, so it won't hopefully get too confused with anything else. So it is distinctive. Planar Traveler. Okay. And since I've got to make sure I do those sorts of things, otherwise people will get them confused with something else. That's fine. So that's that feature done. I'm going to be moving on and doing the patron gift and the avatar, and I think we decided avatar was more interesting. Avatar of the gods rather than aspect of the gods as our level 20 capstone, which is going to have to be boosted a little bit because it's a cleric, should be talking to their god. Planar Pathfinder. Ah. Fred, I really like it. Let's do that. Planar Pathfinder. Love it. It's great. Level 16. Let's go find our table. Oops. Here we go. Planar Pathfinder. And that's not bad. That's all right. Let's go scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. That's that. We were working on this, but this is where we'll be coming back next. That's good. Okay, I'm going to go take a quick break, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue, and I'll deal with the patron gift, which is the legendary magic item. There's a few things I want to do with that, which is going to be a little bit interesting. We'll see how that works. And then we'll do Avatar of the God. And then we have to come back and try to do Monastery and Stronghold, which I don't know how it's going to work. Hopefully I'll squeeze it in. 5 minutes or less. I'll be back. Oh, Fred, you had some very good ideas. Oh dear. Oh, I almost stepped into a bit of a poo fest with that one, didn't I? Almost wound up giving them gate. That would have been a problem. Anyway, I'm back now, and hopefully this is not going to cause quite so many problems. But that was a bit on the complicated side. Now, here it is. Patron gift is not going to be called patron gift. It's a cleric. I feel like it has to be called deity in this case. It's a cleric. If they don't have a god, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Deity gift. Beginning at 18th level. Beginning at 18th level, your character is granted a legendary magic item. The legendary magic item can be gifted by a deity, the legendary magic item can be gifted by a deity is generally gifted by a deity for completing a pilgrimage or holy quest. There we go. My players are very hot on, if we do not have a story thing for our high level features, we have a problem. So I have to make sure I keep putting these things in here. Okay, so it's a gift, but you have to do a holy quest, or you go on a specific complete a pilgrimage of some kind. That's part and parcel of it. Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills, or the character can be sent on a quest to claim the item. Now, this bit here is not going to apply in this case. It is very much tied to you've got to go on a quest. So here we go. The legendary magic item is determined by the game master with player consultation. Bear in mind, legendary magic items that a legendary magic item doesn't have to have a combat function at this level. So there's something very specific we have to do with a legendary magic item for a cleric, and that is it needs to be a holy item. It needs to be holy in some way. The legendary, oh come on Fred, get it right. Legendary magic item is considered holy with the following features. See, I'm adding a little bit more to this one. Here we go. First off, weapons. Okay, weapon damage. Weapon damage is, so weapon damage type is replaced by radiant damage. Yes, we are giving the cleric a lightsaber. Okay, I know that my player group are going to like. Did you just give the cleric a lightsaber? if they get a legendary magic item, it's a lightsaber. And I said, yeah, it pretty much is. I kind of feel like the Jedi in the lightsaber, they kind of almost feel like they are holy warriors. I know they're modeled off the samurai, but yeah, it almost feels like it should be that. So that's what I want to put in there. The next thing is, okay, the legendary magic item is considered holy with the following features. Weapon damage type, the weapon damage type is replaced by radiant damage, which will get through most sort of problems. And then the Cleric has protection. Now, I think it's protection from evil, isn't it? What's it called nowadays? Is it called protection from evil? The protection spells are a little bit weird nowadays. I don't really like how they've structured them myself, but no. Pro. No. Protection. Does it even exist? Oh, protection from evil and good. Here we go. Until the spell ends, protection from evil and good. One willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants several benefits. Creatures of these types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. This is exactly why I want this. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, the target has advantage on the next saving throw against the relevant effect. Perfect. That's what we want. That's what the Cleric should have attached to their legendary magic item. I know it's only a first level spell, and I know the benefits of going from bludgeoning or slashing or piercing damage to radiant damage can be quite significant, but I feel like the Cleric's a holy warrior. It makes sense, and so that's what I'm going to sort of stipulate. It sort of means that their legendary magic item is going to be a bit different to everybody else's, who really just gets a legendary magic item through various means. Okay, so let's do this. Protection from evil and good, while wearing or holding the item. Is that too good? It's level 18, people. It's level 18. Okay, it's level 18. Exactly. That's what I think. Radiant damage, switching the damage type to radiant damage at really high levels, I don't think is a big deal. Protection from good and evil is pretty beefy as a spell. It's only a first level spell. It's still pretty beefy to suddenly, okay, I have that going all the time. But it's level 18. I just don't know that it matters, frankly. Okay, so here we go. The weapon damage type is replaced by radiant damage, and the Cleric has protection and has the protection from evil and good spell active while wearing or holding the item. The legendary magic item is determined by the game master with player consultation. Bear in mind that legendary magic item doesn't need to have a combat function at this level. Okay, cool. I have sort of stipulated a few things. A lot of these are combat. Those extra things that I put on, they are very combat-y. I do get it. Deity gift. Let's do that. We're done with this one. I think that's good. If somebody has some issues or if I've missed something that I haven't thought about, you'll let me know. But deity gift, I think we can put that to bed. Okay, next. Not champion, it's avatar of the gods. Avatar of the gods. Not the gods, avatar of... do I want to call it avatar of the gods or avatar of the god? Avatar of the deity? No, avatar of the god. No, I think we're going to go here. Because it's not like you're going to have more than one god. We're actually dealing with just one allegiance, not many. Okay, so let's have a look and see how this is going to be structured. So I'm going to give them an epic boon, but as I said before, the Wizards of the Coast epic boons, even the remodeled ones, I think are garbage. So I will rebuild all the epic boons when I'm ready to do so, and that won't be today. The original 20th level call for intervention succeeds automatically, not requiring a roll. I think that's awful, so I'm ditching this. Tell me if you think there's something to be said for the divine intervention feature, because I've never thought the divine intervention feature for the cleric was a very good option. I think Jeremy goes on about the Mother Mary effect, players having to ask game masters permission for stuff, which honestly I don't think that's an issue. It's just you've got to give them some guidance around how it's going to be used. So let's have a look at, let's read this feature. So before I ditch it, let's at least read the feature and decide whether I'm making a mistake. Okay? Beginning at 10th level, this is divine intervention. You can call your deity to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Imploring your deity's aid requires you to use your action. Describe the assistance you seek and roll the percentile dice. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity intervenes. Oh, right, okay. The DM chooses the nature of the intervention, the effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can use this feature again. You can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest. At 20th level, your call for intervention succeeds automatically. No roll required. So, for me, divine intervention is... I guess for me, divine intervention is just a little wonky. I don't want that to be our 20th level option. I don't really want it to be the level 20 option. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take what I started with for the fighter as their level 20 feature, and we're going to build on it a little bit. Okay? Hayden, I agree. I just think level 20 divine intervention is an awful feature. But I'm also not, I don't have an issue with the Mother Mary or player ask the Dungeon Master what I can achieve with it. We're not looking, we're really not looking to say, okay, now you get access to Wish. Wish is a pretty powerful spell. Level 20, we can kind of go for it. We can probably just go a bit bananas, really. At 20th level, your character is gifted some of the properties and powers of a deity. Your character can select an epic boon. Okay, next. Your character can speak with a deity you worship, patron, or no. Now we're going to get rid of this. So we don't want to go too, we don't want to widen it up too much. So your character can speak with a deity you worship. Now I've got here once a week for advice. I'm actually going to change this. I'm going to put it as once a day. If you're level 20 and you're a cleric, I think your god has got time to chat with you. You're a major player now. You're like one of their avatars. You're one of their key... It's like the king putting out his bishops, his knights and his rooks in the game of chess against his enemies or her enemies in a battle for good and evil. So I think that being able to at least speak with your deity once a day for advice is probably fine. It's a lot more than what the fighter was getting, which was once a week. So we just boosted that one up. So you can ask for advice. They don't necessarily give you the advice you want, but it's going to be up to the game master to just decide how that's going to work. Next. The expectation is that the player characters talk with their deity or god, if they have one. Okay. If the character doesn't have a god, then consider... Now this bit doesn't apply because they will have one. We're going to remove this bit. Okay, next. Okay. The deity... The deity... That's not right, is it? It's a D. The deity mentors the character in the realm and the different planes of existence or multiverse. Now I'm going to add a little bit more in here. The deity mentors the character in the now in the practice of celestial creatures demons okay, and devils. I think that's where I want to go with this. Do I need to switch this round? The deity mentors the character in the different planes of existence. Oh yeah, okay, so we need to go the other way around, don't we? Cut. Paste. Multiverse. Practice of celestial creatures, demons, and devils. Okay. Next. What are we expecting that we are losing from divine intervention that succeeds automatically with no roll? What are we expecting to lose from that if we were to take it away? It's level 20, you're a cleric, you've probably got a better line of communication to the gods than anybody else, and specifically your god. Not the gods, but your god. This is probably a time where you could call upon their services. So, let's have a look at this and see where we're at with it. Because right now I don't think that it's necessarily the worst feature under the sun, or the best feature under the sun. Okay. So what does divine intervention really allow you to do? It allows you to choose the nature of the intervention. The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest. Okay. So you're really only getting access. You're really only getting access to any of the cleric spells, or a cleric domain spell. I mean, that's really all we're dealing with here. So so you get access to a spell. Now, I'm almost considering having the cleric be able to radiate light at this point. And that's a useful thing, but also a at level 20 it's not necessarily that useful, I suppose. Here we go. Let's do something with this. Let's shoot for the stars, and we'll see if we've gone too far. You'll let me know if I've gone too far. A cleric. The problem with once stipulating a certain time period is that you have to track the time since you last used it. A cleric can request a miracle from their god in a time of dire need. A god of trickery or darkness would not like a light. No, I get it. So let's shoot for the stars and see if we've gone too far. A cleric can request a miracle from their god at a time of dire need. It is at the game master's discretion whether the miracle is granted. You're probably saying you haven't put a limit on how many times it can be used, because I've already put a limit on it. Game master discretion. I mean, if we're looking at it, like, that kind of goes right. I mean, it could be anything under the sun. Might be something that a spell can't even do. That's level 20, isn't it? The problem is, at level 20, how often will they use it? Well, that's the other thing to consider. It's like, okay, how often are they going to likely to use this? So, yeah, we're going to put that there. So I've given them, instead of the original level 20 divine intervention automatically succeeds, basically means you get to use a spell that you probably already have. Anyway, I'm going to give you Epic Boon. Talk to your deity once a day for advice. Yeah, you can. I've given the game master a little bit of information about what sort of things the deity might tell them about. Different planes of existence, multiverse, practice of celestial creatures, demons and devils. These are the sorts of things you're going to wind up getting, and yeah, and then possibly a miracle. That's rather a lot. Is it not enough? Is it too much? Is it not going to work? That's another question. Is it not going to work? Is it going to be too hard for a game master, too much pressure to say, hang on, now I've got to deal with that? That's a really good question, actually. That's a really good question. Anyway, so that's the level 20 feature. Hashtag. Have I gone too far with the Cleric's level 20 feature? Have a think about it. I do kind of feel like maybe I should put a limit to how often it can be called upon, this miracle. But I like the idea that the cleric could do that. It's outside even the realm of their own power. So yes, we just got to decide what we think is reasonable. Given that you play at level 20, I could always tie it to the level, and if you decide to play beyond level 20, then you get another one. I mean, because asking for a miracle is even stronger than asking and performing the wish spell, really. Anyway. The real problem is obnoxious players. Yeah, this is exactly it. Spamming the ability despite the player being uninterested in using it. Despite being... Now, here we go. So here's what we'll do. A cleric can request a miracle from their god at a time of dire need. It is at the Game Master discretion whether... Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll tie it to level advancement. You're now level 20. The game doesn't go beyond level 20. So you get this once. So this feature you get once. Let's do that. So that's not something you can spam now. It's not a spammable ability, because that's where your problem is. And Phil, I agree. I was just looking at this and thinking, like, how far do I go with this? Time of trait at a time of great need. It is at the Game Master's discretion whether the miracle is granted. Because really I've just opened the floodgates here, haven't I? So... It is at the Game Master's discretion with the... is granted, is the miracle is wholly or partly granted. This can only be used once. Now, here we go. Because you see, this feature would work in my group because my group know the deal. But I also realised that that's the first thing they're going to say is like, it's a spammable ability, Fred, and it's really, really strong. It doesn't make any sense. It's going to be used once unless the cleric gains another level in the class beyond level 20. That ain't gonna happen very often. So really I've given them a one-shot miracle. Is that better? Does that make a little bit more sense? I mean, really, I could easily just write in, you get access to the wish spell, you know, and then you can just a wish. All I've done is tie it to the game master. Again, I feel like people who play at really high level, they're probably going to have, you usually whittle away at the asses that play the game when you're playing at high level, because you've got to have a dungeon master willing to run a game at level 20. You've got to have players willing to hang around that long unless you're doing a one shot. Anyway, okay, let's leave that one and let's go on to this here, monastery and stronghold rights, because we had a discussion around this. Oh, before I disappear, almost and start working on this. Not disappear, but before I start working on that, we can actually put in some of the titles for our cleric. Much to my surprise, I didn't realise, but we actually have titles from the old version of Dungeons and Dragons, so I can port a few of these names over. You'll recognise a few of them almost immediately. Acolyte. Acolyte. Cool. Next, adept. Adept. Level 2. Next is priest. Priest. This is, what is it? Curate. Oh, okay. I don't quite understand that one. I'm kind of fine with the other three, but yeah, I don't quite understand this one here. Level 6 canon. Canon. I'm not sure what's going to go here because it's nothing here in AD&D to suggest what it is. 7 is llama. 8 is pet. Patriarch. Okay. Level 10, level 9. High priest. High priest. Holy Avatar is going to be... Oh, wrong place. Copy. No. Cut. Needs to sit here. Okay. All right, that's better. All right, so now that I've done that bit, all of this is not done yet, so I probably should at least make sure I highlight all the areas I haven't worked on yet. Scrolling down. Divine spells. It's going to be a little bit of this is where I'm going to get stuck a bit. Turn undead's not really a problem. Let's go here and highlight all of that. This we can take off. I'm quite happy with that little section, so we'll get rid of this. And then Secret Society. We'll leave Secret Society as it is for now. I think that's fine. It's all good. And then we go into here and we got these sections that I haven't covered yet. Actually, I didn't have any problem with the ability score improvement stuff, so I'm going to leave it alone. What we do need to do is make sure we actually bold and underline and at least format it the way that it needed to be formatted, which I think is an underline. Is it underline? It is. Underline and space. There we go. Let's do that. And I think this is... Okay, let's pull this up. And then destroy undead. This is not dealt with yet, although I'm not really too worried about it. Honestly, I don't think it needs to be changed, but I'll just leave it for now as unchanged. That followers, got that. Strongholds. Okay, so we're onto this, but this is where I am at now. Okay, a little bit of hard work on my part to do a bit of calculations and figure out what's going to be, what is it that we want to give our cleric as a monastery or stronghold rights. On divine intervention, I need to make sure I highlight this. I've forgotten about this one. Let's go here, highlight this. 13 Pathfinder, that's a new feature. We've already built this one, we've built that one. Okay. Okay. Alright. Right here. Let's start with this. So this is going to look very different. So first off, we were discussing a temple. We were discussing fortified towers, castles, what sort of size castle we should have, that sort of thing. So I believe let's try to use a shortcut of some kind. No, that's not what I'm after. I want 127. Okay, so let's look at what it is that we want to give them. I feel like an abbey is a monastery, really. An abbey is a monastery. Yeah, so I've used that and just recalled it a monastery rather than abbey. Do we prefer the word abbey or do we prefer the word monastery? Because, I mean, essentially, I can change that if need be. I don't think that's going to be too difficult to do. Let's do this. Let's close this. And abbey define. A group of buildings housing a monastery or convent. Okay, so it's actually... it's a little bit different. An abbey is a type of monastery used by members of the religious order under the governance of an abbey or abbess. Abbeys provide a complex of buildings and land for religious activities, work, and housing of Christian monks. Okay, so abbey feels more exclusive. So do we think that abbey is more exclusive in that it is a bad idea or a good idea? I guess that's what I'm trying to go at. Monastery? What does monastery mean? Is an abbey a name of a monastery for Christian faith? Is that what we're saying here? Because if that's the case, then we won't use it. Monastery. Define. A building or buildings occupied by a community of monks living under religious vows. So we're not really dealing with monks. We were dealing with monks before. That was the warrior monk. And so the word monastery made sense. Abbey, Abbey something else. Yeah. Monastery, define monastery, monks. But we're not really dealing with monks now. So it might be that the word abbey will work. Is there a better word for than abbey? Let's see if what we can find. If we go abbey and thesaurus, what do we get? Did you use monastery for monks already? Maybe temple. Yeah, I did use. Really, when I say monastery, what I'm thinking in terms of the cleric, and I'm thinking monastery, abbey. What I'm thinking about is a community, a collection of buildings around this. So it's not necessarily a fortified location like a castle, but it is a community with a number of buildings attached to it. Thesaurus. Let's do that. Okay, monastery, convent, prior, cloister, friary, nunnery, charter house. Oh. There we go. So yeah, the naming of that is probably going to be our first tricky point. That is going to be our first tricky point of call. Is that, yeah, do we call it a monastery or do we call it an abbey? Or do we call it something else? Okay, all right. So now, I think I've decided that with the cleric, we're not going to give them access to a large castle. We're not going to give them a huge castle. Instead, what we're going to give them is access to smaller castles, monastery, a fortified tower, and probably a temple. So let's take this one off the cards. That way it helps make the fighter a little bit different from the cleric and the monk. I think that's probably the best way to do it. So let's go that way. Next, temple. I have to do the calculations for a temple. Okay, let's do temple takes. Let's do this. Copy. We need to make sure the temple is the cheapest option too. I don't want to make it too expensive. Takes now. Temples. Temples. How long do temples take to build? So it's actually quite a long time. A temple is actually quite a long time. Okay, but so it's going to be a little, so it's only slightly different in some respects. Okay, right. Let's do this. Is temple going to be sufficiently different from the monastery? I guess that's the question. If I look at monastery, construction time, construction cost, it's the same. But if we look at how many people you use, okay, so you're looking at an abbey, monastery, say, is about 50 people. And then a temple, 20 people. 10 trained, 10 untrained. With a little bit more going on here. Okay, so that's interesting. It's not... Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go... we'll leave monastery on the tables as an option. And we'll add temple, and it's going to be a sizable temple, so we'll have to drop this down a little bit. So it's going to have to look a little slightly different. Yeah, I'm just, well, if I put it against each other and then compare it, then I can decide whether it's different enough from the other one, I guess. Small castle, monastery, temple. Got to bounce, Phil. I'll see you later. Hey, thanks. Yeah. Getting quite difficult right now, I have to say. Let's see. Let's go cut here. The cheapest option is the fortified tower or the castle keep, which is this one here. And then we go temple, and then we go monastery. And paste. And we're going to keep our temple time frame 50. Temple is 50,000. So it's a sizable little bugger. So it's not cheap. And 400 days to build it. So when we say temple, it's almost like the size of a cathedral. Our maintenance costs, I'll figure that out in a second. And then our hired hands requires 10 skilled hirelings to operate. And there. Let's go this. Let's go copy. That's 50, 10, skilled, unskilled, hirelings. Okay, paste. And that'll be 10. So 10 requires 10 skilled and 10 untrained hirelings to operate. And then the temple area we'll figure out some other time. Because I don't know how to do that right now. So we will leave that for now. I have to figure out the maintenance cost for the temple. Okay. Where is a calculator? Calculator. So temple. 25 multiplied by 30. 750. Okay. That's it's equivalent in terms of the castle. The castle's actually, so what's going to be the benefit? What's going to be the distinguishing factor to this? If anything, it's going to wind up being very little, isn't it? That's the problem, is that there's not enough differentiating some of these things from something else. What we were doing is simply giving them another option. Okay. Okay, so this is the tricky bit here. right here is where I'm going to get stuck. Because I had this problem before, where things were just not sufficiently different enough. A fortified tower and a temple. I feel like a temple's maintenance costs are going to be significantly less than a fortified tower. So we want to drop that down. And maybe I'm going to change the price on the temple itself. Let's do something like that. So still a large building. Is there a way of doing this? Is there a way of doing this and making it easy for myself? I still need to make sure I don't add too much complexity in. Should our temple be as expensive as a monastery or a small castle? No, it shouldn't. Castle has a different purpose to a monastery. Castle is fortified. Monastery is not. So I think what we'll do is we'll make an adjustment to the price. We'll adjust the price and the time taken to actually build it. And we'll give it a sort of it's a mid-range sort of thing that's going on here. Okay, let's do that. 25. Say 150 days. $150 to build it for our temple. That's our material cost. Our labor force for a temple. Okay, let's go that. Labor force is a little bit different. 315. 315 for temple. Let's go down a little bit more. Let's go down to 10. $315. Temple. How many people would you require? 10, 15, 15, 10, 15, 10, 15. No, I think 10. It's not going to be that high. 3, 15. It might even be 5. I'm even tempted to push it down to 5. It's a temple. There isn't going to be a lot of cleaning going on and so forth. It's not like you're dealing with it's not like a noble's manor, is it? So it's not the same sort of thing. So let's go with 5 untrained. And so the cost should be quite a bit different. We're really pushing our price down quite a lot in terms of maintenance cost because it's a temple, it's not a monastery. In terms of labor force, so now we're looking at here, that's 55 times less. Okay, let's do that about 120. That's our maintenance cost per month. Based off on our labor force and what the function is and the total cost out. So a temple is a bit more expensive than building the fortified tower or castle keep. Takes a little bit longer. It's not going to generate a lot of income. You're not going to get a big income off a temple. You get a lot more income if you have a fortified tower. So there is some differences in terms of the benefits. Because remember, you make money. You make revenue off your stronghold, which is basically what these are. So you make a lot more money off the likes of a small castle compared to a monastery. A fortified tower will make more money than a monastery because it can protect those around it. And then of course the temple is going to make the least amount of money because it's a place of worship. So you're dealing with people gifting you money in terms of tithing. So it's not going to be a huge amount. So you're going to be quite low. Monastery, it's a sort of a self-sufficient community, so it will have its own sort of industry going on. Okay, I think that's not too bad. I think that I'm pretty happy with that. Let's tidy up the rest of this and see if I can get this to work the way I want it. So a character has peasants that live on their land who generate taxation income for the stronghold. I need to change this a little bit. Otherwise, the cleric relies on donations and tithing to support their temple I think that's it. Donations to support their temple. The other ones are relying on sort of taxation. Okay. Support their temple or monastery. Okay, good. Now, next. I'm going to get rid of this because this was confusing. Keep that one line there that we do need. And the character must protect the peasants on their land or lose the title, land deed, stronghold, or stronghold. Where are we? Or temple. Okay. Okay. I think that entry there is still going to be retained, so we'll leave that there. That's fine. And I just need to make sure not really worried about somebody attacking a monastery or a temple as it's being constructed, but a castle is a bit different. Let's see here. Not so much time to build. They are vulnerable to other factions. Okay, that's that. Got that down. Right, now, let's just make sure the first entry point to this is going to be right. Fortified tower, castle keep, temple, monastery, small castle. Beginning at 10th level, your character is granted a section of land with peasants to protect, the rights to build or have a castle. Rights to build or have a castle. Have a stronghold. Stronghold by the local monarchy or church. Do I want to say church? Religious leaders. Okay. The player negotiates with the game master the size of the stronghold. Hold. If it is not being built with the player character's money, stronghold can be a castle, monastery, temple, fortified tower, or castle keep. Okay, I think that's got that little bit there sorted out. There's a couple of sections in terms of the area that they take up that I haven't figured out, but I'll deal with that later. And then highlight this, unhighlight this. So that's there. So that's at least a little bit different from the other ones that I've made. So that will be unhighlighted. And I need to underline this. Let's go down here a bit. Secret Society. We'll underline that bit. Come on. Underline that bit. Cool. And this is a whole lot of stuff that I still need to deal with. Domain. Okay, that's that. Okay, cool. Do I want to deal with this now? I actually might take a break and come back and then have a look at what I need to sort of tidy up. So there's no way I'm going to get all the rest of this done in today. So I'm going to come back probably in about 2 weeks and finish the Cleric, and I'll go through all of the other stuff here that I want to adjust. There's not a lot, but the divine domains are definitely sort of a bit of a problem in terms of how do I want to address them, because divine domains right now are essentially like the subclasses, aren't they? And channel divinity is another little hiccup along the way. If anything, I really want to pull turn undead away from channel divinity, but I'm not really sure that that's exactly the right way to go either. So let's go here, down. It's there. The destroy undead feature. I'm not really sure that I'm worried too much about that one, honestly. Go down. Oops, this is what's happened here. Let's get rid of this. Good. Divine intervention, which is giant pain. Missionary traveler, put that there. Planar pathfinder, we'll put that there. Deity gift, it's going there. That's good. Avatar of the god. Really not too sure about that last feature, but we're going to leave it for now. Okay, so what can I take off here? So I've done this bit. So I've achieved that. Mission set up Abbey Cathedral. I think we've done this here. That's sorted. Gift the gods. Radiant Heart. This has been sorted. Advice. We've kind of got this already. That's done. I haven't done that yet. I haven't finished this. Include more martial weapons. Haven't done that yet. Gates, that wasn't gates in the end. We wound up using a specific feature based off plane shift. So that's gone. This here, I haven't done that yet. Some weapons, signature weapons, I haven't done anything with that yet. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to deal with when I come back after the break. I'm going to start at the very beginning, at the very basics. I think that's probably where I'll start. That's where it'll be. Cool. I'm going to go take a short break. I will be back. And then we'll see where we go. My live stream has not been keeping up with the chat, by the way, so if you've been commenting and nothing's been happening, sorry. Okay, so, yep, I'll take a break, I'll come back, and I'll start working my way through the things that I think I need to adjust and change here. Let's get rid of this. Grab that. All right, and I'll look after you for about 5 minutes or less. There we go. Here we go. Let's have a look. There we go. Right, let's have a look. Last little push for today, and then I'll take a break because I'm going to need it. I'm going to need it. Right, as a cleric, you gain the following features: hit points. Well, you can wear armor with this, so it's not. I don't know that it's necessarily a big deal about having too many hit points with a cleric. I'm actually kind of fine with the number of hit points that I get and the hit dice that you're using. Just grab a bit more water in my cup. Light armor, medium armor, shields. Simple weapons. Oh, well, we can start looking at the simple weapons. That's actually something I could definitely consider looking at. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's roll back the clock a little bit. 20. So I'm perusing through some of the older books. If you're wondering where I'm getting some of the changes that I wanted to make. Kind of rolling new D&D into old D&D in some respects. it's a weird development, that one. Cleric. Oh, I see. No. Does it not state anything here about this? Has an 8-sided dice die. Okay, so that's always been the case right back to AD&D. And they can wear armor, so that seems reasonable. So we probably don't need to change any of that bit there. I mean, that's probably fine the way it is. I don't think we have to fiddle with any of this. Let's just consider this all sweet. Don't worry about that at all. And let's close a few of these up here. And I think it's down here. Grab this. Where are we? Remastering classes. Where we did the monk fighter. Okay. Alright, so that's a format 16 and bold. 16 and bold. We can do that. Bold and 16. Done. Alright, let's do the next one. Again, it always annoys me when I see the skills section of this. It bugs me a lot. I don't know why it would, but it does. Okay. Light armor, medium armor. Do I want to give the cleric heavy armor? I guess one of the biggest problems is because the paladin kind of steps all over the cleric so much, but I don't want to wind up turning the cleric into a paladin either. Okay, all right. So let's go here. It's that. And that. We'll undo all of this. Get rid of that ink. There we go. Cool. And we will bold it. 16. Use language I actually know. That one there. Okay. All right. So I guess my first issue should be armor, but I'm going to go back to front. I don't have a problem with the wisdom saving throw stuff, the charisma and the wisdom. That's cool. I don't mind. That's fine. Tools. I can't really think of a tool proficiency they should have, so leave that alone. Weapons. We're going to leave that for second. Well, let's do the skills because the skills will bug me. It always does. So I can just chuck that into there. No. Let's get rid of this completely. Let's just get rid of that completely. And I don't see any reason why there needs to be a hard set rule on how this works. We're just the leading skills are the things I'm worried about. So yeah. I'm going to give them 2 skills that make sense, and that's it. Alright, so it won't be these. These are coming out. But it will be I think it's medicine and religion that I had discussed before. And religion. Let's do that. I think it's medicine and religion. Let's just check to make sure I got that right. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. Sweet, sweet pie, where are you? Okay. Knowledge, religion, and medicine as standard. Yes, we've done this. Good. Okay. Weapons, armor. All right. So now I'm not too sure what to do with the armor side of things. Paladin, paladin, paladin. Where are you? P for my paladins. Paladin. So paladin gets a D10, and they get all armor and shields. Okay. Let's have a look here. What does AD&D tell me about the Cleric and how it's sort of tailored? Previously, did it a multi-class? No. It's wisdom. High ability scores and strength and constitution are also desirable for a character of this class. Good dexterity is likewise of benefit. Okay. So this class, so this is the Cleric. This class of character bears a certain resemblance to a religious order of knighthood of medieval times. The Cleric has, we got the 8-sided dice already. He or she, Cleric, is denoted by a deity, and at the same time a skilled combatant at arms. The Cleric can, with any alignment, saving throw, okay. Alignment depends on the yes. Holy symbols, casting spells. Forbidden to use edged and pointed weapons. We're not going to do that. I'm getting rid of that nonsense. All clerics have their own spells bestowed upon them. Yes. Next. A study of the spells suitable for the cleric will be determined. Yes. Limited number of attacks, spells. Speak aloud. Okay, here we go. The cleric has the ability to wear armor, carry effective weaponry, and engage in hand-to-hand combat, melee combat with a reasonable chance of success. Another important attribute of the cleric is the ability to turn away or actually command in its service the undead. Yes, okay, got that. What does it say in terms of what sort of armor? Does it state as such? What sort of armor are we allowed to give to our cleric? As they are able to wear armor, clerics can employ all forms of magic, armor, and now if I remember in BECME or basic Dungeons and Dragons, you can actually wear the heaviest armor available as a cleric. It's available to you. It's not something that is said, nah, you can't have access to it. So I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to change. We're going to give them all armor and shields. All armor and shields. Back to where it used to be. And let's have a look here. Looky. Says Freddy. Where are we going? Over here. Paladin. Fighter. All armor, shields, let's do that. Now, I don't want to give them martial weapons, but I want to give them more weapons rather than just simple weapons. Because there is a certain number of martial weapons that doesn't make sense that they don't have access to. I don't know if people have noticed that, but I've certainly noticed that there's a couple of times like, how is it that a cleric can't use that one? So let's expand their repertoire just a little bit. And if I go to the equipment area, if I go through the equipment area and go through all of the weapons individually, that'll give me a fairly good idea of what we're dealing with here. So we're not going to give them simple weapons and martial weapons, but we're not going to say you can't use this stuff unless it really makes sense. All right. So under simple weapons, a cleric gets clubs, dagger, which sort of breaks the norm that we had from AD&D, but I don't care about that. Great club, hand axe, javelin, light hammer, mace, quarterstaff, sickle, and spear. Which then means simple ranged weapons, they have light crossbow, dart, short bow, and sling. Okay. Do I really want the cleric to have access to a blowgun? I don't think that makes sense. A hand crossbow? I'm actually not too. I don't have too much of a problem with a hand crossbow myself. I think that would be kind of. I think that may kind of make sense. That kind of makes sense. Like, is it really a big issue? Light crossbow, hand crossbow. Longbow, I'm going to say no to longbow or a net. I don't think a longbow or a net is something that clerics would be rocking around with. But I think we'll add in a couple here of individual weapons that they could access. All crossbows. I think they should have access to all crossbows as a cleric. I think that's perfectly fine. Hi, sir. Hi, sorry. How's it going, Sir Rill? How are you? I like calling hand axe hatchet. Hatchet is just a sexy word, you know. Nice. Okay, next. Whip. Well, I don't want to give the whip to a cleric. I don't think that makes... I mean, for Indiana Jones it makes sense. For cleric, I don't think it does. The warhammer, though, I feel like the warhammer is a reasonable choice. So, warhammer. I'm going to include the warhammer. It always made no sense they couldn't have it. The war pick. Never really liked the war pick in the first place. I'm going to leave the war pick off. What, the trident? Is there a deity that used to use something like the trident as their key weapon? Short sword. I think short sword should not be on the martial list. So short sword. Anyway, let's go there. We're gonna give them a short sword. Scimitar. I don't know. Rapier. I don't think so. Scimitar. I'm kind of alright with that. Let's do the scimitar. Scimitar. While I'm on that, tomahawk rather than throwing axe. Okay, right, okay. That's fine. Scimitar. We'll do that. Rapier, no. Pike. No, I don't think so. Morning Star. I think they should have access to the Morning Star, though. Morning Star. Poseidian Trident. Classical. Yes, it is. It's true. It is. It is classical. It's right. It's classical, isn't it? Trident. Yeah. Trident. Let's put the trident in there. Trident. Morningstar Maul. We're going to give them the Maul. Longsword. I don't think there's an issue with this. Longsword, let's give them the Longsword as well. Lance. I might leave the Lance off. Halberd. No. Greatsword. Yeah, let's go with Greatsword. yeah. Longsword followed by Greatsword. I think it's very appropriate. Great axe. I might just leave the axe off. Glaive, flail, probably not. Maul. It's a Bible. I don't know. You don't know. You tell me. So I think that's all right. I think what we'll do is we will expand their list that they can access. Whether I wind up making it dependent on a certain deity, well, it doesn't make any sense, because if I do that and you have created your own deities and they have a specific weapon associated with them, really I've kind of screwed things over. So I think just opening it up a little bit more. No, I'm not up late. This is the. So today I've been online for about 4.5 hours. And I'm coming near the end of my mental capacity, and I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with some of this stuff. And I think that's fine. So I'm going to open up the options for the cleric. So they're not quite so limited, just simple weapons. I think that all crossbows, warhammer, trident, short sword, scimitar, morningstar, maul, longsword, and greatsword are all perfectly fine. So it's not quite as much as you would get as a fighter. But I'm thinking in terms of a holy warrior that can't have a greatsword makes no sense. I don't understand that. Or even a longsword. And if let's give them a few more things they can grab a hold of. It's not going to break the bank. It's not going to tear down the walls. I think that's fine. And we'll give them all armor, because it backed me in basic D&D. As I discovered, clerics could wear all types of armor, so we're going to give them all armor again. If this winds up pissing all over the paladin, I won't care. So, next. So here's the thing that's funny. You look at 5e in here. Look, you can have a mace or a warhammer if proficient, and as a cleric, you're not proficient with a warhammer. Makes no sodding sense. No sodding sense whatsoever. Anyway, let's do some equipment. Spell casting. We need to move that out of the way. And do I think I can do this in the time frame that I've got? Can I build this and do this in the time frame I've got? 20 bolts for a simple weapon. Yeah, we could probably do that. I think we can make that happen. That is a 16 again, so we'll do a formatting and just strike on down. This, get rid of all of this yellow, this bold, make it 16. Okay, you start with the following equipment in addition to the equipment granted by your background: a mace, a warhammer, or a warhammer, not if proficient. We're getting rid of that nonsense, because you're now always proficient. If you're a cleric, you can use it. Lasso, even a man, catcher can support weapons. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the net thing. I'm not really too worried about the net thing. Chainmail, if proficient, and we're getting rid of this nonsense because you're now proficient in all of that. Getting rid of that nonsense. Okay, we get scale mail, leather armor, or chainmail. Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. A light crossbow and 20 bolts. A crossbow. We're going to go any crossbow and 20 bolts, or any proficient weapon. Okay. I hate their pack. A shield and a holy symbol. So we're going to keep that. We're going to cut this. And we're going to shift this over here. And go paste. And we're going to create a special pack for the cleric. Instead of a priest's pack, which is all very well, I think we're going to create a special pack for the cleric. Pack. And that is going to go like this. And next, what do we got here? A monk pack with... I'm just going to sort of cheat a little bit. Save myself a bit of time. I'm not going to use all of these things, by the way, people, if you're wondering. And dump this in here. Bedroll, caltrops. I don't know anything about caltrops, but let's have a look what the priest pack actually has in it. So a priest pack has a backpack. So we've got a backpack, a blanket. Why a blanket and not a bedroll? Stupid. Okay. 20 candles. No, 10 candles. 10 candles, I can live with 10 candles. Let's do that. 10 candles. They're a candle person. Uh, 10 candles. Next, they've got a tinderbox here. Yes, we've got a tinderbox, that's fine. An arms box. An arms box? Oh, I see. Oh, no, I think we're going to get rid of that. 2 blocks of incense. We can give them that. That's fine. Let's do 2 blocks of incense. Two blocks of incense. A cester, vestment. Okay, let's do that. Sensor, a vestment. Investments. Water skin. Well, should have a water skin if you're going adventuring in the first place. 2 days rations. I said 10 days rations. Don't be stupid. And if we look at the Explorer pack, bedroll, backpack, mess kit, tinderbox. Well, it makes sense. If you're going exploring, you're going to have a mess kit. So I'm not taking the mess kit off. Tinderbox, torches, 10 days rations, water skin, hemp rope. So I'm not going to give them the caltrops. We'll get rid of that. Fishing tackle, hunting knife, hammer, 10 pitons, grappling hook, healer's kit should be there, mess kit, soap, pouch, portable shovel, Yeah, it's to bury the people you find along the way, or the and the ones you kill along the way. Which can whetstone, and I'm probably going to give them a lot less gold. I don't feel like a cleric's going to be rocking around with a lot of money, so let's just give them 10 silver pieces. What's this? Big on creating packs. I have in my room 3 steps away from the bed, 3 different packs. One for bug out, tornadoes, shopping, grocery shopping, first response. Oh, okay. Busy intersection. Often I'm 10 minutes before the trucks. I'm a little bit lost by that, Cyril, but okay. All right, so let's have a look and see if there's anything else that I should be giving to a cleric in terms of gear. No. I'm not going to give them well. No, actually, I think we will. We're going to give them 1 holy water flask. I'm going to give them 1 of those. Okay, next. Antitoxin. Antitoxin's very expensive, so I don't think they really need antitoxin, so we won't do that. We'll leave the antitoxin alone. Backpack, ball bearings, no. Basket, bedroll, we've got that. Bell, blanket, no. Book, bottle, glass bottle, bucket, caltrops, no. Got candles, got crossbow bolts, map, scroll, no. Chalk. Actually, I might give them chalk. Yeah, let's give them chalk. Box of 10 chalk. It's light, not that expensive. I'm thinking that clerics are more geared for bug out if they are found on ventures, as well as I picture clerics with mules, not horses. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so did I want to give them a chest? I'm not giving them a climber's kit. They wear armor, so you've kind of got to have some sort of climbing equipment if you're going to go adventuring. It's just a reality. So we're not going to give them a climber's kit, but 10 pitons, grappling hook, a hammer. Yeah, okay. No, that doesn't apply. A crowbar? No, because I don't really feel like a cleric goes breaking into somebody else's house. So we're not going to give them a crowbar. I don't feel like they are tailored and set up to let's go and burgle everybody. So we will leave that alone. Fishing tackle, fine. Grappling hook, hammer, yes, got that. Healer's kit. Next. Holy water, I gave that to them already. Hunting trap, no, not really appropriate. Ladder lamp, no. No. Yes, got that. Pick piton, no, not a portable ram. They're not going to be ramming into people's houses. Taken down the door. Sack, seals, signal whistle. Would you have a signal whistle? Probably not. A signal ring, no. Spikes, hourglass tent. Whetstone, no. I think that's it. I think that'll be fine in terms of the pack that I make up for the cleric. I think that's kind of got what I wanted them to have. Okay, all right. So let me have a quick look at what I've done and then what I have to do in the future. I'm probably going to have to make a table for spells, but I'm not going to be doing that today. this is a little bit out of whack because things aren't quite where they are, but I haven't finished with this anyway, so that doesn't matter. So the table is partly complete. Cleric class features, hit points done, proficiencies done, equipment's done. I've got to deal with the spell casting, which I want to change. All the stuff around spell casting I want to change. Ritual casting, kind of, again, I want to change. Spell casting focus, yeah, we'll get there. Divine domains, this is where we're going to get a little bit complicated because it can't look like this. These here, the second level, 16th level, 18th level, and 17th level, these are the archetypes spots for a cleric, and yet we are using a completely different system, so it doesn't make sense. Yet we do need to have some sort of divine domain system in place. It may not look like this though. Okay, domain spells. One, I want to get rid of domain spells. I always thought they were just a bit of a lot of bullshit myself. Channel divinity, turn undead I'm relatively happy with. Won't be doing much with that. Okay, these channel divinity, turn undead. What else have we got? I'm not even sure if I want to just call it channel divinity. I almost feel like I just want to call it turn undead and be done with it. Because we're not really using the domain thing. And channel divinity just complicates things. But yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that more. Turn and destroy undead. There's not too much of an issue with that one. That'll probably just stay as is. Actually, maybe I can just lock that down now. It's probably not at this point. No, I'll just leave it. I'll come back to it later. And then all the other features I've built today. Divine Intervention, which needs some really hard thought put into, so it actually does what I would like it to do. And I think that there is all I can get my head around. I'm tired. I am tired. Okay, so I would say I got more than half of it done in terms of the amount of work that needs to be done on the cleric. As far as I'm concerned, it's certainly not a lot less packed than some of the other classes that I've readjusted. And yeah. But yes, 2 weeks time I'll come back and I'll look at it again and sort of decide where I want to go with it in the future. Let's end this poll. I'm kind of curious as to what people think about the cleric. 10 till. Thanks for the half hour of thinking before I leave now. Not a problem. Do you think the cleric needs fixing for Dungeons & Dragons 5e? Yes, 35%. No, 29%. Undecided, 24%. Just watching, 10% out of 37 votes. Interesting. So there is a portion of people, about a third, who think that yes, it does. No, about a third. And then there's another third that are sort of unsure. So I guess I can understand that. I really can. I obviously will not be live streaming tomorrow because that's my day off from live streaming. I will be back to do the Game Master Guide stuff around running different adventures in different locations in about 2 days. And yeah, now next week, same day and time, we'll be doing a lot of Morkborg or Merc Borgie, which is a type of role-playing game that I've been trying to get my head around. So I'll be reviewing it next Friday, which is today for me. It'll be the same time. It'll be 10 a.m. And then I will be playing in a Game Master roundtable. We'll be doing a session 0, building a character for Merc Borgie or Morkborg, and playing a one-shot, which will probably be a 1.5 shot, as far as I can tell. That'll be happening next week. Anyway, I am spent. I am exhausted. I am ready to crash. So I want to say a big thank you to my patrons who support me on Patreon so that I can keep doing this. Hopefully I presented some ideas you found useful or interesting. Of course, once this is finished, like everything, it will go up onto Patreon. And if you're a patron member, $1 a month, you can just download everything and cut and paste it and change it to all your heart's content. So thank you for supporting me to do that. I want to thank everybody who's been in the chat and just listening or watching. I do appreciate it. If you've been commenting, Cyril, we've had Phil here, which has been really good. Hayden, we was hanging out with Fred Hubber, has been really, really useful as well. We had Itchy hanging out and talking with us as well. Prepare, Cook and Survive. Oscar. There's been a few of you over the time frame. Yeah, and I do appreciate your time, Jay Lewis and so forth. So thank you for jumping in there and commenting. And yeah, we will be back. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s. Don't get too excited about the Mork Book videos. At least you'll see me building a character and playing the game.